Good evening, bobbin friends. I apologise for being mysteriously absent yesterday. I just had one of those days where, frankly, if getting out of bed was the wrong idea, breathing was probably the wrong idea. Everything, I had the anti-Midas touch. Everything I turned and touched turned to shit. So I decided not to stream because, well, as you may recall, when we started this square, I was already making sufficient mistakes to get a little bit annoyed with myself. So the last thing I needed was to be making even more. So, on the good news, remember I ordered some bobbins last year? Well, they finally showed up. God help me, they're finally here. Now, they're not going to look like much because they're in a little pack of doodies. However, what I can do is, here is the toothpick, known as a Hollanton bobbin. Here is a Midlands bobbin, known as Bobbins of Evil. And, clearly not this packet, one of the packets has a hole in it. And I can get at bobbins. And for some reason, it's not the one on top. How can it not be the one on top? Because I was looking at them earlier. Hang on. One of these has a hole in it. It was the one on top. It just hid from me because, well, of course, it's transparent, isn't it? So it's quite easily done. So, she says dropping it. These are the new bobbins. Now, they are very, very similar to that of a Midlands bobbin. And in fact, do come in a shorter length. Well, they used to. They weren't available when I ordered. So I decided to go with slightly bigger because it's a bit more in my hand and I kind of like that. Now, part of the reason, I have a lovely co-worker. She used to do bobbin lace when she was a kid and her gran did it. And so she understands all about it. And she kind of went, "That's tiny." And I went, "Yes, that's why I call it a toothpick." And she's got a load of these. And I almost said, "Look, I've got 200 of the bloody things. Come and get them." Because I hate them with a passion. You may notice this is not my usual demonstrative Midlands bobbin. It's because I tied it up and I haven't got the faintest clue where I put it. So, I rescued this one out of the pot to compare the bobbins. Because obviously, for example, I know this one's one in use. But now, obviously, we do know that my absolute favourite, to a large extent, are bigger and fatter than these Danish ones. These ones, being thinner but longer, I thought might fit in the sticks a heck of a lot better. Just because, well, they're flat but I have noticed. Remember I whined about this on some bobbins. If you look at these bobbins, not that you can probably tell, let me zoom in a lot for this, right? The neck of this bit where the thin is are two parallel straight lines. The neck of this bit is arguably tapered, but you do have the advantage of the big bit with a nice serious dent here to put your little, not that you can see them now, but the little knot where you've kind of... So these have a knot at the top, but it's quite shallow on the rows for putting in your knot. But these are also tapered, but they're quite long and tapered. So they would need trying to decide with how much I like them. Because bobbins are... While traditional bobbins are kind of a standard, right? So many lace forms would say that you should use a Midlands bobbin. But the truth of the matter is there's reasons to and not to. Now, personally, as we know, I have a real issue with spangles. Pretty much everything about the spangle just is there to infuriate me. So, hence I thought these could be interesting. Now, they are a little bit beefier. I mean, as a reminder, they're kind of like the big brother. They are the steroidal version of the Midland bobbin without a spangle. And it's not because I haven't put one in yet. These are not designed to have spangles. And they can come in a variety of woods, and I chose this particular one because it said they are heavy. Now, heavy, of course, is subjective. Personally, I don't think of them as heavy, but I will say that if you took the spangle off this thing weighs like, 0.1 of a gram. These probably weigh 5 grams, maybe a bit more. Don't know, haven't got a scale to test it. Oh, well, I do have a scale to test it on, but I'm not going to go and put batteries in my scale just to find out how much a bobbin weighs. So, but these do have some clunk to it. If it's got a bit of grunt to it. So, from that point of view, if you were using it as a bobbin on a bolster pillow, it would hang and it would provide reasonable weight. They roll. Part of the job of the spangle is to stop the rolling, but then most of them are round, so they roll. I like the size, definitely liking the size, because there is sufficient to grab without touching the thread at the top and making it manky, which is why the Germans, God bless the Germans, do almost like a reverse stick. They have, it's thin at the bottom and wider at the top, and has a blobble at the top and a blobble at the bottom. But what you do is you poke, they've got hats, and the hats, so you wind the string on like the equivalent of a knitting needle almost in the middle, and then put a hat over it so that you can't grab the threads. So from that point of view, congratulations to the Germans. You thought about the one thing that, grubby hands and life, because obviously in earlier centuries, washing was maybe not as common as we do today. And obviously we have whiter whites because we bleach the living crap out of it. But if I grab a couple of these, for example, as this pack is split, and I haven't actually checked that we've got the right number of bobbins in it and that we haven't lost any, because the parcel was almost open when it arrived. It finally got here. The poor Spanish woman who's been sending him here. So how long's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's the normal 5 pairs I would put in a stick. So I'm trying to find somewhere I can rest it that's not on my keyboard that won't make everything go nuts. So if I get a stick, for example, stop running away, I'm trying to use you as an experiment. So if I put these in a stick, now admittedly the stick doesn't then have much to grab onto, but as you can see, it does fuse the neck I guess, but as you can see, there is room for a good couple, maybe even, at least 2 more pairs of bobbins. So grab 2 more pairs of bobbins, because I had hoped these would be here in time for me to start this square, to be honest, and I'd do this square in them and find out whether I liked them or not. Let me poke these in here like this. So now that's a good quantity of bobbins, so that's 9 pairs of bobbins. Really? No, it's not. 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's 14 bobbins, 7 pairs of bobbins in there. And it's quite flat. So, if you then, for example, pile bobbins on top of it, it's nice. It's quite a flat thing. The only thing that makes it less flat, obviously, she says trying to turn it over and all the bobbins falling out, is the knot on the back. Which, of course, you could technically do something about, because you don't need, because we've got the height of the bobbins on the front. If the knot was more on the front, so let's take these out. If this knot, she says, probably won't pull through. But for example, if this knot was on the front and it came, we use it the other way around kind of thing. If you had this, well, then it really would be quite flat and you'd be able to put more bobbins on top. The knot is potentially the only annoying part of it, right? Is that... Oh, can I move the knot around easily? There's usually some kind of shenanigans you can do that flips the knot or something. I mean, to be honest, that would probably do. Tie that a little bit and then, it will make the string a bit tighter, but, the knots then at the end, that would be really quite flat. So with all that in mind, I have hopes for these bobbins. If I really like them, I will get more of them. If I don't really like them, I have sufficient to do some fun and antics. I have 150 of them. So that's 75 pairs, right? I have, well, assuming, as I say, I'm not missing any from this packet, because, as I say, it was burst, so that's 7, hang on, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 5. So, yeah, brain fart, that doesn't sound right. Hang on. So I've got 14 here. 16, 18. Hiya, Nautical, how you doing? 20, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 42, 4, 8, 10. Oh, I seem to have 52 in there, so either I am absolutely incapable of counting, or I got 2 freebies. I'm not going to argue with that. So, I also got 2 freebies. Speaking of freebies. So, now my new shiny bobbins are here, and of course are too late for this square. Irritation's extreme. Although I have marked out the tiny square. I say tiny, it really isn't that big, but it's tiny in comparison to this, but uses the same amount of bobbins, holy shit. For a Flanders square. My lovely employer suggests that every month we have a wellness hour, and as part of our wellness hour we are allowed to do things like go for a walk, and I thought I would say I want to try Flanders for an hour. Of course that's going to be more than an hour, but if it allows me to piss off work for an hour and at the end of the day, for example, and do Flanders for an extra hour, hallelujah, right? But I also got these. Now, I had seen these and I was curious as to the weight and feel of them, because clearly 3D printed bobbins, right? Now, I'm not sure whether they're 3D printed or or resin injected. But I got 2 free bobbins. One matte and one with glittery shit in it. And these are quite a nice weight as well. And in terms of size, she says getting the thing out, they're about the same size as these. So these are made of wood. These are proper wood bobbins. These, of course, are plastic. That's right. That's the bobbins going for a run, and I thought it was going to hit my keyboard. This didn't take my drink out. So now this is quite a shiny bobbin. They're quite shiny, so I do feel slippage could be a real thing. But at the same time, they're quite pretty, and Flanders especially uses GIMP threads. So, well, perhaps I've got some GIMP thread bobbins now. I quite like them, especially as they were free. I mean, there is a really big part of me which wants to get a 3D printer and make my own shit. So I would make things like these, but slightly different. I would make a bobbin stand a bit like the one I've got, but different. I'd like to try making bobbins with little metal rods in as weights, because that's the kind of girl I am. I have, but the biggest problem I've got is that, I mean, I'm the daughter of a carpenter, right? I am very capable of I could make bobbins. Give me a lathe. It would have to be a small one, obviously, because, a big normal lathe would be far too much for it. But give me a small lathe and some chisels and some shit. I could make a bobbin. I really could. Right here, right now. I could make a bobbin. Would it be pretty? Probably not. But I can make a bobbin. I can I can make one bit thinner than the other, and I can put a bit of a pattern on it if so desired, and I know how to treat it, I know all of that. I really do. Because I'm a sad cow, because my dad taught me it. I know how to make furniture. I know how to repair furniture. Hello, what do you think I did when I moved in and when I got down to my dad's when he'd had his accident? First thing I did, I noticed that he'd kind of used a strap to hold his chair back together, so the first thing I did was fix it. Well, if my dad was coming home, I wanted to come back to a fixed chair. I'm a good girl, aren't I? Right? So, of course, he never found out I fixed his chair, but that's not the point. I fixed that piss awful chair. By the way, it was a thing. I even put it in his eulogy. Was that when I was a kid, so I must have been 14, 15. My dad made the 2 chairs and a sofa and 2 stools that were in our sitting room, and they were made of beautiful wood. Absolutely. Were they well made? Fucking hell, yes. I mean, Christ alive. The man died 6 years ago. The only reason that sofa and chairs bit the dust is because he died. They were still going. Most sofa and chairs do not last anything like that long. Bear in mind, of course, I'm 52, so I'd have been 46. Those things were 30 years old. Yes, they'd had some new padding put on them, but he'd designed them so that, much like my sofa here, in that it's got like a poof for sitting on, individual poofs to sit on and individual back poofs to lean against, so that should you need to replace one, you can replace one. They weren't held to anything, but there was a reason why his didn't fall off and mine do. His chairs were designed remarkably like church pews. They did not angle backwards so you could be comfortable. No. They were absolutely H-shaped. So they had dead straight back and then like a seat and legs sticking out the front of it. Apparently it was to help my posture. Well, you failed on that one, didn't you? But this god-awful uncomfortable thing, which... Well, apparently he does, because he loves your suffering. You suffer for your sins. You sit on the most god-awful pews in a church with no padding. It's in the cold with drafts around your ankles, freezing your bits off, And this is deemed for the love of Christ, yes. But my dad's couch and chairs were basically the same ordeal. It was like sitting on a church pew. Needless to say, as a child, I spent a lot of time in my room. Because, fucking I was sitting on that. And I left my mother and father to sit on it, because, well, you married him, I didn't have a choice, But he had that, and as I say, yes, one of the joints had come unglued. That was all that was wrong with it. I glued the joint, clamped it shut, made sure it stayed nice and tight, checked on it a couple of times to make sure that there was no glue dribbles or any of the sort. And that was it. That was all that was actually wrong with this chair. It's not like it was, I had to make a new bit or something. Or mainly because all of his equipment had rusted by then. But, 30 years old, that thing was still going. But not one person I knew who'd ever spent any time on those couches and chairs thought much of them. And my Auntie Pat, God rest her soul, because she died about a year later, she was all... I jokingly said I wanted to bonfire them because, years of hatred. She was up for that. She was so up for that. her actual words, I think, were "fuck yes." I mean, my Auntie Pat was great. She swore. She was very much like me, and yeah, she was all up for the death of these things. Nobody liked it, so it appeared in his eulogy, because he was so proud of that, and rightly so. It had lasted all that time. It's because no one liked sitting on it, so they didn't. You know, everyone who came round, it was like, no, I won't be stopping. I'll stand up. It's okay. It really was. I'll sit on the floor. It's fine. Yeah, it really was. I did manage to fall asleep once on that couch, and I really don't know how, because it was a 2-seater couch, and I am not a small person. And basically, if I lay down, my head was touching one side, my bottom the other. So your legs have to kind of go off at 90 degrees down a footstool that isn't level with the couch. And the padding's not particularly good. So now the wood bits are all sticking in bits of you never knew you owned. And if you so much as breathed funny, the arms creaked and cracked. And I seem to recall I did break one as a kid. Not like snap it in half, snap it, but it did kind of come apart and need a bit of help. So yes, but it was kind of one of the lines in his eulogy was very much along the lines of, you know, he will never be forgotten, nor will the couch that we all hated. And, you know, much as it was a funeral, there were smiles. Because truth hurts, right? Sorry, Dad, we hated that couch. We all hated that couch with more passion than you know. We loved you dearly, but we hated that couch. Everybody hated that couch. I don't know. I never found a single person who actually liked the couch. He also made his kitchen, which also lasted a similar period of time. Kitchen came second, so, you know, it's probably slightly older than 30 years. But I know that we had the kitchen by the time I was 16, because, well, Spot and Cindy ate it. They ate floor and pulled a doorstop through a joist. And Cindy used to get in all the cupboards, so I remember that. But again, that lasted 30 years. You can't buy stuff like that. And so I was kind of sad in a way that, obviously on his departure, that the new owners would not know that he'd made them, that they were proper old, and that they were, you know, because of course they were a young couple, they'd want to do one of their own thing. So I'm pretty sure they ripped out the entire kitchen. And in a way, I'm sad for that, because it was so well made. In a way, I was really tempted to write them a note to tell them of all the funs and games, because obviously I lived in that house for many years. I wanted to tell them of some of the creaks and Humphrey, and in the end I didn't, because in some ways I think it would hurt even more if I found that they made loads of changes, even knowing how much, you know, history was behind it. I mean, the excessively expensive gates that my dad had on the driveway, which were mahogany and weighed more than my car, they've ripped them off. They ripped them off. But then, to be honest, I'm surprised my dad ever bothered, because he never shut them. So I don't know why he ever had them. Not the ones on the driveway. The one on the end of the path made some sense. Yeah, I must admit, eulogies can be funny, because part of me, I mean, one of the things that is exceptionally true is any ceremony on after death, funeral, whatever you wish to call it, whatever you have, is not for the dead. It is not for them. You know, a wedding is for the couple. A christening is for the baby, arguably. But a funeral is not for the dead person. They're not there anymore. They've moved on. It is for those who are left behind. And we've all seen the James Bond thing where at the beginning of the film there's the kind of New Orleans, da 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 da, kind of. I know they don't play the funeral march from Star Wars, but dirge of a kind of funeral thing, and then they turn the corner and they break out into when the saints and everyone's dancing and cheering and being happy. To an extent, I honestly believe funerals should be a bit like that. For you should be sad that you've lost a valuable friend in your life. But you should also be celebrating the good things that they did. So as part of his eulogy, I did not write his eulogy as, these are the things we've lost. These are the things that we should remember. And I played some music that apparently struck a few too many people a little bit hard. Or just because it was the shit I would have picked from your own. Well, not quite. But two of the songs that I had played were two pieces I would happily have played at my own. And in fact, one is very apt for funerals. Now, my dad would probably have never have heard of the piece of music. But when I played it, everyone kind of went, oh my God, what is this music? It's perfect. And it's like Alan Parsons' project, When I'm Old and Wise. Oh, I've never heard of that. Really? Mm-hmm. Yep. It comes from an album called Eye in the Sky, and it's by the way, they used part of the music on that record for the Record Breakers show with it was the serious interventional at the beginning. But hey Zukan, how you doing, Zukan? Are you alright? I haven't seen you for a bit, so I just thought I'd check you're alright. You're allowed to say you're miserable as sin, because, that's kind of going around a bit, so. It's definitely going around a bit over here, anyway. Fair enough, my friend, I can relate to that feeling. But I am here should you ever want to chat about life, the universe, and anything. Obviously, you don't have to do it on stream. You can ping me off stream, and I will happily listen and be there for you should you feel the disastrous need. Because, well, as I say, kind of life's sucking pretty hard, and it's doing its best to be a pain in the ass. So, yeah, I kind of know that one. I need my hedgehog. There he is. I have finally. It's only taken me 7 months. Finally, I have arranged for a man to come and get my car and take it to the garage to fix it. Bear in mind, I found out that my car was dead in August. So I know my car's been dead all this time, and it's still dead. But a man is coming tomorrow to take it away to a man to fix it. Dread to think how much it's going to cost me now. I might need a cry. I love my car. But I don't use it. I don't use it enough. I don't want to go out. I don't go out. Well, let's face it. I haven't had a car since before August. Well, clearly it died before I noticed in August. In August, I needed to go to hospital for a checkup. And I went to work, and I got a co-worker to give me a lift to work. So we can all commiserate on that kind of front. But, when I went to go to the hospital, Paxo was dead. Absolutely dead. No sign of life whatsoever. It only had a new battery, not that many months beforehand. So it shouldn't be the battery. But hey, who knows. But the battery beforehand was the original battery, which, bear in mind, Paxo is 17 and a half years old. So the original battery lasted over 15 years. I really would like to think a battery should last more than a year. Well, more than a year, let alone it didn't even last a year. So either there is something a little more terminally wrong with poor old Paxo, or he's he needs a new battery. And as I say, that's not necessarily, a bad thing. I can afford a battery. But of course, he hasn't moved for ages. So we all know what that means, don't we? If other things will now be seized and rusty and basically it'll need new brakes and all of those kind of things, right? So I am not... And I've just screwed that up already. Oh, for goodness sake. I was wondering why I put 2 pins in and kind of took one out, obviously, as you've spotted. And I was like, oh, what did that for? And there's a very simple answer for that. Because, well, I need to do some of that. I don't need that. Which is why I had 2 pins. Because I need to do 2 pins into 1 pin for the start. Let's try this shit again. Let's see if I can do it right this time. I am so terrible at... Oh, goodness sake, adverts. You should be back. Yeah. So I just know that having sat for at least 7 months, and bear in mind it was dead before it sat for 7 months, it's probably going to need more than just a bit of a pat on the head. So, really not looking forward to that. But the man who has to come and tow it away only has to take it round the corner. Which is a good thing. It is literally round the corner. I mean, it's not quite, I could throw a tennis ball from here to there, but it's really kind of, well, just over there, really. You have to come down my road, up a bit, left a bit, round a bit, along a bit, round, up a long bit, round a bit, and it's there. So it's kind of just over there. But yeah, I mean, there's a few houses in the way, but it's really not that far. It's too far to walk because I'm a lazy cow, but it's not. I mean, in days of yore, I wouldn't even thought twice of walking that. But these days, too old, too farty, not bothering, you know. So, normally, in the last couple of years, the guy who runs the garage gives me a lift home. So I take the car to him, he drives the car back here, so we can get a bit of a feel of it. But obviously, no driving it to or from this time round. He will come and collect me, I will pay for it, I then drive away in it. So, the only problem is right now is it's not insured or MOT, so driving it really is not a good plan. Well, it is insured, but without an MOT, it's effectively not insured. Yeah. For Zuken, MOTs are a proof of driver of state of roadworthiness that we have to do in the UK every year, and it's a ball ache because basically your car always fails on something. Even if you've got brand new car, well, you don't have to do it on brand new cars, but even if your car's fairly new, they always find something, and it's almost always one of those. I didn't even know my car had one of those kind of issues. It's always the, hey, it'll be the flangy McGormit, and you know, you'll need 3 of those, and yes, and fitting will be another £600, madam, you know. It's that kind of shit. But knowing that my car sat for a while, I expect my brake discs are rusty, or at least the calipers are rusty, and, you know, the brakes, I think, the brakes got done a couple of years ago, so I should have plenty of life on the actual brake pads for the pad portion, but it's needing a new clutch for, well, since just about when my dad died, really. I think I burnt through the clutch going backwards and forwards to see my dad, so they do, and to be honest, I have turned into my father. I used to take the piss so much out of my father for how few miles he did. I'm not as bad as my father, but I'm fucking close. My dad's car did about 1,000 miles a year. Of that 1,000 miles a year, probably 80 to 90% of that was taking it to Mercedes to have something fixed or serviced. Seriously, I kid you not. It really was 80 to 90% of the miles that went on that car was taking it to Mercedes because he didn't drive it enough, so the battery would die, the tyres needed redoing, the discs were seized, whatever, right? And he'd be down there splashing money on this piss awful thing. And, you know, there is a bit of you that kind of goes. And I used to take the piss out of him because, you know, he's basically the main mileage of any given week was to go to the food store and back. And the food store was, I don't know, 2.5 miles away, maybe 3 at best, depending on which way round you went, because it was kind of a loop. And if you went that way, there was a bit more of a bulge than if you went this way. But this way was a high street, and so you had a bit more stop and start. I mean, seriously, it was kind of, you know, it was like 3 miles at the best. Ouch. And this is it. Well, I think last year, I'm not even sure I did 200 miles last year. I have turned into my dad, but at least my car is not doing the majority of its miles going to and from the fucking garage, because first of all, my garage is like 1/4 mile away. Secondly, it only goes once a year. But, you know, My dad's car was always a bit of a joke between my friends and I, and, well, not my dad, because he didn't see it funny, but sorry, Dad. I think the saddest part for me when my dad died was, if you could have seen my dad's car for a Mercedes, it was a thing of beauty. It was in immaculate condition. You know, this thing, I mean, it had done 28,000 miles in total. Well, funny you should say that, Naughty Kel. I had that exact argument with someone on Threads yesterday, and I hit a bit of a nerve, apparently. Clearly, I have not driven my car since before August, because, well, it's been fucked. So I'm not adding to the carbon footprint there. Well, I haven't left. I mean, other than to go to the hospital by taxi, which was not a choice. My pills ran out Sunday, and I'm not getting any more of them because I have to go to the doctor for a blood pressure test, and I can't be fucked, so I'm not getting any more of them. Because why bother? I won't die without them, panic not. But, you know, if you think of all these people, right? So an awful lot of people who do crafting hobbies, mainly knitting and crochet, but go with it. Oh, acrylic yarn. Oh, how dare you? How very dare you? Well, first of all, love. There are a number of situations where acrylic yarn is a sensible option. If you've got a baby blanket where they're going to puke and poop on it, you need to wash it 1,000 billion times. Cotton is nice, but it absorbs all the stains. Wool, they can be allergic to it, so that's not very nice to them. Plus, of course, it is a little over warm in summer. Acrylic is warm winter and summer, and it will wash as long as you like. 25 years later, that thing will still be good, right? And she was all up in arms when I pointed out that, because she was going, oh, well, if you use acrylic, it makes a funny noise as you make things with it. No acrylic I've ever used makes funny noises when I make stuff with it. And someone else, and she was saying, oh, well, it makes you sweat. And I'm sitting there thinking, well, this jumper's acrylic and it's never made me sweat yet, so, you're buying the wrong shit, love. And she was like, oh, well, of course, if you think it's all right, you know. And I went, I appreciate that it is not the most planetary friendly, you know, thing that you can have, but it does have good purpose. And she was all fucking up in arms, and I went, I wonder what the difference of the, you know, carbon footprint of my jumper is compared to people flying on holiday. Oh, well, of course, it's the little things matter, and oh, so clearly you fly then, you know. And I've just exposed the fact that you obviously kind of, I don't know, go to Aspen every year and the Bahamas and stay in your villa in Spain, and oh, have I hit a nerve, love? Because it's funny how, you know, I said I'm so glad that you can afford to eat organic, and, you know. Well, exactly, right? The problem is I do hope that all of her... I think I kind of closed the argument and she stopped talking to me. Not really that sad about it. When I pointed out that I'm so glad that she can afford to buy locally sourced and that all of her stuff's organic and natural, and that, you know, she doesn't buy any name brand clothes because they get made abroad, and that she doesn't go on holiday, and that she only ever walks everywhere, and that her shoes are only made of leather, and that there's no plastics or anything involved in that, and that all of her food comes, you know, raw, so she goes down the farmer's market and slaughters her own, kind of thing, right? Yeah, I was being a bit pissy by then, but you know how it can be, right? And she was kind of like, well, each little bit counts. No offence, bitch. I really don't think that 10 balls of acrylic yarn for me to make a jumper once in a blue moon is really gonna even feel the wavelengths of all of the people who fly around the world constantly. My employer, well, not my employer anymore, but my ex-employer, was showcasing a video today because, well, it's in the news. First commercial non-military flights break the sound barrier for Christ knows how many years, right? Yeah, we had something to do with that. Well, it's not exactly green now, is it? You know, let's face it, motorbike racing, touring car, NASCAR, Formula One. Not exactly green now, is it? Oh, I bet you and your Land Rover love, because I bet you she's one of the Land Rover brigade. Bet her Land Rover and her, and she drives the children the 100 metres to school. She just strikes me as one of those. And it's, sorry, Karen, it was, I did have a bit of a kind of, that was certainly the picture that it wasn't just me either. Someone else, other people were kind of liking my posts and not hers, and it was kind of like, so I'm not the only one that thinks that, there you are, I can see you with your, your what's those big kind of flask things that everyone wants, and you're sick and you're moan, yay, Tenchi, everyone's come back, oh, I'm so happy. I have to point out, yesterday, part of the reason I didn't stream yesterday was I was just too friggin' miserable. I actually woke up this morning and I sat there looking at my phone. Well, you are. And I know what I'm going to do. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to see if it's going to let me. I don't know how much. I don't know whether it will. Stanley Cups, that's the buggers. And it's and I can just see her in her big fucking Land Rover and her big kind of, and all of that, right? I can just see her with a Stanley Cup and her having her hair done every 10 minutes with, bleached and primped and fluffed and coloured and probably got I'm being horribly bitchy because she may not be anything of the sort. But I can just picture her, Stanley Cup, Land Rover, fake nails, immaculate hair, more makeup than, the local. Well, that way I can still talk to you during the adverts, right? Now, but it's just one of those things, right, is that sometimes you get an impression of someone, even though you've got no true foundation for it, but sometimes it's it more often than not, you're right. And I've just got this picture of this woman and her Land Rover with, a couple of children and, Farquhar and Esma Elder go to, of course, a private school, and I can just picture it. And there she is lecturing because people who can't afford, foie gras for tea are buying acrylic to make a blanket. When you don't want blankets to stretch, so wool's not a really good answer. You don't want it to pill, wool's really not a good answer. Cotton blankets are cool, but as you said, they suck up water like nothing else, and they're not cold, but they don't have the same feel as a fluffy blanket. Whereas the right acrylic yarn, the wrong acrylic yarn is like crunchy and horrific. And of course, like everything, you can have horrendous everything, right? We've all had a burger that was great, and we've all had a burger that frankly felt like it was come out the other end first, right? But it's still, quote, a burger, right? And acrylic yarn, there's acrylic yarn and there's acrylic yarn. And I found so many brands that the acrylic yarn is soft, it's nice to work with, it maintains its shape and look for quite a while, because obviously it doesn't degrade particularly fast. But at the same time, because it doesn't degrade particularly fast, it makes it quite useful, because it means that you can have it as a blanket for an animal, or you can have it for children and babies where you need to wash it every 20 minutes because, well, it looks like shit now, and it'll survive. So it's the perfect answer for that. Now, are there things that you probably wouldn't make for it? Not a problem. You listen to my whines in life. I feel you should be rewarded for it. I've been meaning to do it before, but now you're all together. Now is a good time, right? And yeah, I get like £1 back each or something. I don't know what it is. Just buying regular normal subs. I mean, for example, you know, there this it is kind of weird how. I mean, there are things I can do, so I can make you all VIPs, right? But it doesn't really gain you anything because I've got no real purpose for levels or anything. Because, well, I mean, let's face it, you know, the fact that there's 3 of you is almost a world record, right? It's not quite. I did have 20 something at one point. Go me. I got raided though, so there you go. But it is, you know, it does seem slightly odd that as a streamer there isn't a way to, I don't know, discountly buy the subs, because what happens is I buy them just like you would, and then of course technically I get £1 or something of that back. Well, why don't they just not make me pay the £1 in the first place? Because surely that's more sensible, right? Because that way you don't have all the grief of money transferring between A and B. I mean, let's face it, if I gave 60 subs out, they would have to pay me, because I would get more than 5. No, part of the reason you see a lot of the partners doing it is, of course, they get more money per. They get more money per everything, right? So if they spend, plus of course, most of them do it as a business, therefore can claim the tax back, and they claim it as a business expense, blah, blah, blah. So realistically, you know, it is free for them because they're getting so much money from their stream anyway that their streamers paid for it. All they're really doing is sending it back to Twitch and making lots of people feel loved, right? So from that point of view, but as someone who, let's just say, I have had one payout from Twitch since I started this, but as it turned out, 90% of that payout, bear in mind they pay out at $50, but I don't get $50 because they tax it, so I get about 30 something. We'll ignore that bit. But most of that $50 came from about 6 years prior, when I did a stream for raising, when we were raising money for someone, and while people were allowed to give donations towards bits and stuff towards the streamer, they were supposed to be doing it towards this charity and not to the actual streamer. So a few people, you know, because, you know, there were normally more people on your stream than there would have been, some of them kind of gave you some bits because they're those kind of people. So most of that came from there. So you know, I'm not expecting a payout from Twitch in the next year, so I am under no illusion. I'm really not. But it does now mean, technically, I've currently got 6 subscribers. Woohoo! Now, I know that 3 of them I gave out, but that's so not the point, right? 3 people actually chose to do this by themselves. But at the same time, the 3 of you are nice people who I've known for a while. Some of you, Tenchi, for far too long. And I like all 3 of you, and you mean a lot to me, and you listen to my whines, and all 3 of you speak to me on a Liz the person level, not just Liz the person making lace, or not, as the case may be, on Twitch. And so, as my friends, I wanted to say thank you. So I have. That way you don't have to watch adverts, because, well, adverts suck. So but yeah, It's fine. It also helped that as part of my leaving old employer, they had a thing because they floated on the stock market as a separate company, and they encouraged us all to take shares. And of course, when they booted us out, technically those shares became null and void. But apparently, that's what we'd been told. So when the thing started, it was like, you can have £2,500 worth of shares. Well, first of all, no, they're not. Secondly, like everything, they're going to be worth this. No, they're not. Not even close. But when we left, the company basically decided to waiver the you've got to be here in 5 years to claim it kind of clause they'd put on it. So they cashed them in for us. Now, interestingly, over 50% got taken as admin fees and shit, and then of course we got taxed on it. But I did get that earlier this month, which was a bit of a surprise because we'd had no paperwork, no mention, no communication, no nothing. So I did have a little bit of a surprise windfall this month. I mean, you know, I'm not going to say, you know, I'm loaded, but it covered that and a pizza. That was pretty much it. But it covered that and a pizza. So, you know, share with my friends. Make your time here more pleasurable. So. But I'll still cry when the bill comes in for my car, and then I've got to pay my car insurance on top of that. So I should be doing a few tear sheddings for that, because, well, I don't know. It'll either be 500 quid for the car and 200 from insurance, because it's 200 from insurance, or it's going to be nearer £1,000. Now, I've got a horrible feeling it's going to be nearer £1,000, and so at which point there will be upset, because, you know, part of the reason that I mean, I actually spoke to my insurance bloke because he was a friend of my dad's, right? And I said to him, look, here's the deal. Haven't used my car since August because it's been dead, and you know, the only reason I need a car is in case the dogs do something and need rushing to the vet. I can live without a car, because if I need to go somewhere, I've just fucked this up, something good. I think. No, I'm not convinced. No. Hello, Pieces of Starlight. Thank you very much for the follow. So yeah, I love little Paxo with all my heart, but like everything, I just haven't driven him, and the only reason I could need it is because I can get in a taxi. If I want to go and see a friend, I can get in a taxi. If I mean, when I went to the hospital, it was an £80 trip, which is extortionate, by the way, and so should have been nearer 40. So, but even at £80 to go to the hospital, right? Bear in mind the hospitals. Shall I tell you a secret, Pieces of Starlight? Everything is either cross, left over right, or twist, right over left. That's it. You either cross them, twist them, and that's kind of it. It's not intense. It's really easy to fuck it up, but it is not as intense as you might think. I'm going to undo this a bit because this looking a bit kind of funky. So let's take this pin out because I seem to have fudged this up something good. So let's undo you. No, wrong way around. Right. So you should be like that. You should be more like that. Right. Let's try that one again. Then we do the other corner. So yeah, But yeah, you know, so if if I don't have a car, I can still go and see my friends because most of them are pretty local. So, and for the couple, mainly the one, but the one set of friends. Well, now you see, time sucks. Each of these things doesn't feel like it takes very long, right? So you sit there and you do a bit, and then when you look up, it's actually been a lot longer than makes sense. So, for example, cross, twist. Well, that's not a particularly long amount of thing. And if you look at the so the stitch I'm about to do is called a rose crown, but it's basically half a stitch. So cross, twist. Well, that's the first half done of this bit. And you put a pin in. And then you do it again. Cross, twist. Then you do it again with these two. Cross, twist. Put a pin in. Hardest bit part is getting the pins. Do it again. Cross, twist. Then you go back to these two and do the same. Cross, twist. And stab a pin in the hole. In the corner of the square. And do cross, twist, and then go back to the first two you started with. Actually, technically they're not because they're those two now. But shut up. Cross, twist, pin in the hole. Cross, twist. And then, because you're making squares with little circles in the middle, you have to make the square corners, so you do a whole stitch, which is cross, twist, cross. And that's that corner done. Cross, twist, cross. That's the other corner done. I've just done a whole one. Well, that didn't take very long. So how come it takes so long? How come it takes so friggin' long? Now, because you're new, let me show you what I'm making. I have a tin of goodies. In my tin of goodies, I have 4 of these. Let me put down a dark thing so that you can see it better. Hang on. Plop. And it's got dog hair on it, bite me. We are making these. It's a 5 1/4 inch square, and you make them in triangles. So I started here. Well, every household should have tins with stuff in. Usually buttons. I don't own a button tin. I don't know what happened to the button tin, because we used to have a button tin. My mother had one. No, Well, I've got a few of them, look. Look, here they are. So, I've actually got 4 of them. It's not going to fit all the way across, as you can tell. But look, here's the 4th one, sticking out the bottom, right? As you might tell from the top right-hand corner, I'm making 18 of these stupid things. Hence, mentioning squares and triangles, because you make it in a triangle. You do triangles, in essence. You make them in triangles. As you can see, I'm working down this bit of triangle. You then rotate it 90 degrees, make the next triangle, rotate it. Anyway, so I am making squares. And then I'm going to join them all together in some new and exciting way that I haven't actually worked out yet. And I am making a net curtain. Now, I would love to have made it in one piece, but the number of bobbins required to do that is huge. My sanity would not take it. And, well, I didn't really have the means when I started. I've now got a cushion that would allow me to make one in one piece. Because, to be honest, it only has to be 43 centimetres wide, so technically this is wide enough, but that's not the point, right? It's more the number of bobbins. It is more the... This is not all my bobbins. As you can tell, I've got half to go. I've got a contraption over here. Hang on. Not you're going to be able to see it very well because I can't turn it on its side because it's got danglies. But if you notice, I've got lots of bobbins dangling off this thing. These are the bobbins that I have yet to add, and there's another one just hit the other end here. Right. Wow, dog! Holy crap! What have you been eating? Or not, as the cat. I mean, something's died in some part of your body, love. to be honest, it is, especially the way it was made. Because, and what you can see possibly, is these legs fold up. So the way to make them stable, there is this stick, look, stick. And it has little prongs in it that goes in holes in the bottom of the legs to give it stability, which is great. But it goes on top, which means that if you put it on top of anything remotely, it pings straight off, which is kind of useless. Whereas if it was on the bottom and, you know, inlaid slightly, it would be great. And this is kind of what I mean by if I had a 3D printer, I would be making something very much like this, but less shit. And I just put it down, and of course the thing on the bottom popped up and did, you know, stupid things. No, you're going to be stupid. You were sitting here all day and you were happy, and now you're going to be annoying. Because, of course, it doesn't stay in the hole, does it? I have thought of super gluing it in the hole, to be fair. No, you're just going to be fucking annoying. I don't know what to do, you know. I'm going to put it for a minute. Actually, no, you can't, because I need to put your thing back in again. And it's not easy to kind of, you can't really trap it in. It's not even like got a magnet or anything that you can hold it still with. See if I can work out why you're not feeling flat enough. Let's put that over there. No, that's an empty tin of goodness. Okay, you get down there. See if I can put that on top of the laptop. No, because the laptop's shorter. Of course it is. The laptop's shorter. That'll do. It's sitting, it's safe. So yes, it is a thing of torturous because it is almost so fragile. Because of course bobbins will mate and tie themselves in knots, and well, that's just not a thing you need in life. And it's I am going to just glue the bloody thing so it doesn't come apart. But that's not really what I want to do. What I should do is zap the little kind of nipple on it that goes in a hole, make one of those countersink screw metal bits that you screw into, and have a thing that you screw it onto, so you screw the damn thing together so that when you want it together, it is together, and when you don't want it together, it's not together. That's what I really should do. Or get a 3D printer and make myself a new one. So, but this is the problem with an awful lot of crafting gear, is that it's not that it's wrong, but it could be so much better without a lot of effort, but it never is. And I don't get it. I just don't get it. But yes, so I've got new bobbins today. These are not the new bobbins, but I've got my pack of new bobbins. For those who missed it earlier, I have new bobbin to play with at some point. And it came with 2 free bobbins of rather excitable. They're either 3D printed or resin moulded, but they're quite pleasurable. Free bobbins are always, you know, free anything's usually quite good. So yes, the problem pieces of Starlight is that these squares take about a month. And, well, they take about a month. And it is a little bit, but they take about a month. And I've got 18 of them to do. And I've done 4. Feeling inspired is not kind of the word that goes with it. So, not that you can overly see it. In fact, you can't probably see crap all of nothing about that, actually. If you put something dark behind it, it might help. You might be able to see that there is a slight pattern here. Maybe not. I mean, it is quite subtle because they're just dots on some tracing paper. Let me see if I can assist with that a little bit. Hang on. Wrong direction. Down a bit. Left a bit. Down a bit more. Yeah, there you go. You can just about make it out. So this is a little square with little hearts in it. And this one is supposed to be done by a technique known as flanders. Unfortunately, and this is where this square kind of has already fallen down a little, is it needs basically as many bobbins as this one. Which, well, for scale, I mean, obviously the square fits inside this grey, inside this, and it's... So in this kind of distance, which is, well, this much, so it's about half the size of this square. Technically a quarter if you're being picky, but each of the sides are half the size, so it depends on how you think about squares. In volume, it's about a quarter of the size of the square, and it takes as many bobbins. So already you can imagine I'm kind of going, yeah, I'll do that another day. Maybe not today. I also found the instructions that came with it hyper confusing. Where's my book gone? What do I do with my book? Dogs? Oh, there it is. So it comes from a book called About Flanders. I was really worried when I ordered this book because no one mentioned it had an English translation in it. So I really had this horrible thought that it was only in German, and my German, or Dutch, and whichever it is, and I believe it's German, but my German's not that good. However, this is the one that I'm making, right? So, and it says, diagonal start along the whole stitch and twist ring of the close work. Okay, so this starts on a diagonal. Okay. Line 2, horizontal start in the ground. Well, if it's diagonally starting, it's not horizontal now, is it? Can someone put that into words for me? And then starting close work at a point. Well, isn't that a diagonal where you start in a corner with like a point? Point crossing. Yeah, whatever. And reverse modern ground, which is just the style of ground stitch that goes with it. That's the only one I get, is the reverse modern ground bit. I understand that. Yeah, it's kind of like, it is almost like, here's some Egyptian hieroglyphs. It's up to you, love. Enjoy, you know. It's some of it I think is because it is a more direct translation from the original German. 1, 2, 3, 4. I do think that is part of it. That some of the English in it is not natural English. It is the, you know, if you think of, for example, I'm going to pick on French because it's the one that's the stupidest for me. If you have a plastic duck, i.e. a rubber duck for your bath, they don't have a rubber duck. They have canard de plastique, a duck of plastic. But of course you don't write a duck of plastic. We have rubber ducks. Well, it's not made of rubber, but it's so not the point. And I think that is part of the problem with a lot of this kind of stuff, is when you have, I won't call it technical, but it is technical, if you know what I mean. It's not technical as in it's not a computer, it's not highly complex physics or... Yeah, I don't really do French. My German and my French are shocking, but then I think I explained this on stream once before. I'm dyslexic and I struggle to put on paper English. Hell, sometimes I talk bollocks and all. So I actually have brain farts as well as hand farts. So it's not that my brain knew what I meant. No. Sometimes my brain doesn't know either. And But the thing I always find difficult was the fact that at school, they insisted that every kid learnt a second language. Even the ones who were still doing the cat sat on the mat in English, right? If you cannot manage to do reasonable level of articulation for the language you use on a daily basis by the age of 15, 16, what in God's name makes you think I can do someone else's language that I don't know, won't be using in a hurry, and frankly, probably not am I interested in? I did find German slightly better. Now, I know that made no sense but I can explain it. I really can. Now, as I said, I don't really do French. But the one thing that I remember year one, so I was like 10 or 11. I remember our French teacher, who was a pain in the ass, she mentioned the French for cat and dog. Le chat, le chien. When she said them, they were the same word. When you're dyslexic and you've got a woman who can't pronounce the shit at the front of the class, you don't stand a chance now, do you? I could not tell her words apart because of how she pronounced them. And I never understood the genderism of words. I'm sorry, a table is an it. It does not have male word or female word. It's an it. They should all be it, surely. No. Oh, but that's female. How would I know? How can I ask it? I'm sorry, Mr. Carr. I'm sorry, Carl. What gender are you? Now, admittedly, I always... Paxo is male, by the way. Because he's a pain in the ass. But most cars are women. I've had a couple of male cars. I've had a couple of female cars. I got real strong male vibes off Paxo, so he's a bloke. But inanimate objects don't have gender. And the fact that Germans then have three, because of course they have male, female and it. Well, surely, is it... I know this is not a pen, but I can't be bothered to pick one up. Der Pen, Das Pen, or D Pen? Well, D Pen sounds a little... we'll go with Biro. So, Das Biro, Der Biro, D Biro. D Biro sounds weird, so it's probably not that. Das Biro. Okay. Der Biro. If you say it fast enough, no one gives a fuck in Germany. Then they won't have a go at you for getting the wrong one. They're not proud. And of course, there is the ultimate German word. Schwarzwälder Kirschtorte. For those who are not aware, Black Forest Gatto. Germans, hats off to you people. You make a mean cake. And Black Forest Gatto is a thing of glory. And comes, obviously... Technically, the word actually means Black Forest Gatto cake. But I don't care. Slap more words on it. It is a thing of glory. And, well, but it's practical. Black Forest Gatto cake. It's one thing, one word. Smush it together. I'll accept that. Nothing wrong with that. Makes sense to me. So, I got on a bit better with German. I won't say I got on well with German, but I got on a bit better with German than I did with French. But not a lot. Because, of course, I was still sucking at English. Years ago, it is years ago now, but it wasn't that long ago in terms of when you're old, it feels recent. I picked up a free book on how to learn Latin. Just out of idle curiosity, right? Just because I freaking could. And because it was free. Do you want to know why I never got past about day 4? I could pick it up. It was on my Kindle. Basically, I never did grammar at school because I was still in the you're not spelling your name with capital letters don't go in the middle of words level of English, right? So they never took... I mean, I know that there are verbs and adjectives and nouns. And that's me done, right? I'm kind of done at that point. And this thing, and it was about day 4, and I'm going to see if I've got my Kindle app, so I can find it. No, I haven't. It's not loaded on my phone. But basically, it said sort of like the adjective marvel of Kentucky Fried Chicken of the honorary Uja flip of the word, of course, means this. I'm sorry, I don't know what you just said. And I've got a friend who is a bit of a grammar Nazi and highly intelligent. She's got a degree and everything. So I asked her. The look she gave me for not knowing was horrendous. And she goes, well, we teach our children this. I didn't get taught it. And to be honest, do you really care that the naming word in a sentence is called a noun? Who cares what it's called? You know, there are things in life that almost don't need a name, right? Question, do you understand? Yes, then that's all that matters, dude. And so I very much struggled with it because I couldn't follow the bits that they said in English about what to do with the Latin bits. So, you know, but this was very much, you know, it reminded me a lot of when I was at school because, you know, there was me, and obviously with German and French, they do a lot of things in a different order to us. And you can't just directly turn the words from French to German, from French to English or English to French. You have to rearrange them to make them make sense. And, you know, instead of, you know, in English, I went to the hospital. In German, to the hospital I went. Or I to hospital went. You know, it's, or have been, or whatever, right? It's, there are lots of times when it becomes quite difficult. And so if you're struggling with the language that you use on a daily basis, what in the name of mercy makes you think that they're going to be able to do somebody else's? Now, if the main language you are teaching in, such as English, is not their first language, well, probably, you know, they might do better because maybe they'll do better with a different language. But if English is their one and only language and they're sucking at it, they're not going to do another one any better. It's not going to work out for you. And if it does, I'd love to meet the man who did. You know, yeah. No, I am not a language person. I'm definitely not. But back to the Flanders thing, I think the problem... Yeah. And as you say, then you get local variations. Then you get the colloquialisms and the slangs and the... You know, I mean, don't get me wrong, we do it in English too. But there is just... At least if it's your language that you speak on a mostly basis, there is a chance that this will make a bit more sense to you. When it's a language that you do for like an hour every 3 days at school, it's not going to work. Jesus, dog, what have you eaten? My dog is producing smells. The kind of smells that singe your nose hairs, you know? The little man who is my icon did the most epic fart. And to be honest, he even beat my epic fart. Now, my epic fart, I lived at one point with some friends in a 3-floor house. Now, downstairs was mainly the world's smallest room. Basically, it was the back end of the garage and some stairs. Sounds about right. But so the middle floor had a sitting room, a toilet, and a kitchen, none of which were very big, and some more stairs, leading to upstairs, which had 2 reasonable sized bedrooms, one that was a frigging joke, guess which one was my room, and a bathroom. I was standing in the kitchen, boyfriend of the moment came up behind me and squeezed me. I farted, because, well, he'd applied pressure. And, well, I don't know what I'd been eating or what I'd been doing, but something was dead up there, and it was kind of retch-worthy. So we opened the windows and we went for a walk. We were gone about an hour, and it was a reasonably windy day, so, it should have been quite clear. You could still smell it when we got back. Charlie, I mean, it was retch-worthy, but it wasn't, it was impressive. I mean, it really was. Charlie put me to shame. I was sitting on my couch. Went the dog. I think my voice may have just farted on stream, but I won't know. So yeah, dog goes. My eyes stang. My eyes watered because they were stinging so bad from the noxious gas that came out of that dog. I have smelt dead things, such as today. Little one here has definitely been eating something. Little man, wherever he is. Oh, he's still here. That's good. Last night, while not streaming, I've got the back door open so the dogs can come and go. And Rory came back in so pleased with himself. And I was like, I even texted my co-worker. I don't know what Rory's been doing, but he's well pleased with himself. Didn't think too much of it. This morning, we'd all been to bed, got up, let them out in the garden, started doing some work. And, well, where's Rory? Looked around the house. Nothing obvious. Looked around the garden. Couldn't see him. Went to check, put my shoes on to go and check the gate, the far end of the garden, in case someone had left it open or something. No. Literally looking everywhere. And I had a slight brain thought, well, there's only one other place it can be. Look down the side of my house. And there's like this slither of fence that sits between the house and the fence. Right? He got out. He'd fuck it off. So there was me this morning looking for a little black dog in the dark without a torch, because my torch has seemingly gone missing. Thank you. I'm sure the dogs had something to do with that. So yes, my little man had wandered off. Now, what I am really grateful for is, I think he was a bit stupid, to be honest. He mainly hung round the front garden. And then went for a little bit of a wander. But I could tell, because I've got cameras. I looked at the cameras afterwards, and there he was. He, most of the time, he mooched around my garden. Then he kind of went off for a bit of a wander. I mean, I can only see a bit of my garden. But he was in the front garden, but he was looking unhappy. And he clearly realised that he got out, but couldn't remember how, because he's not blessed. And so, came back, when he wandered off to have a look at something. And I then opened the front door and called him, and he came back all bouncy because, he knew where he was and how to get home. Because he knew this was home, he just didn't know how to get back in the garden. It's back through the fucking great hole in the fence, you stupid dog. But if he'd gone, because he'd gone into the garden that direction, which is where the lake is with the ducks, the geese, the stork, probably some fish, wild animals. And, well, he clearly had not gone swimming. Because it is swimmable. It is a lake. I'm sure she'd call it a pond. But when you need a boat to get to the middle, because there's a little duck island thing in the middle, and let's put it this way. My old front garden is smaller than that duck island. I mean, it's a fucking lake. I mean, I could lie down on that duck island and I would not be able to touch all four corners. So, it's not small. And you need a boat to get to it. So, let's I'm sorry, but in my mind, if you need a boat to get from A to B, it's not a pond anymore. Anyway, I'm pretty glad that he did not find the pond. Because, well, he's heard the animals over there. We've all heard the animals over there. You can't not hear the animals over there. And he was a little bit pissed that I spoiled his adventure. But at the same time, on the video, you could see he was really unhappy. So I think it's kind of one of those kid things of, I hated it because I was scared because I didn't know where you were. But now you've stopped me. I might have had more fun if you hadn't stopped me. You know, kind of moments. So he was a little bit mad at me today. Because, well, it took him 20 minutes to stop whining that he was not out in the front of the house. So, stupid dog. I love him with all my heart. But especially when he's asleep. Which is what he's doing now. Which is great. So yes. So yeah, if you've got any questions, Piece of Starlight, about what I'm doing, you are always welcome to ask. I may not know the best answer for you, but I can try. Hey, Nautical. I'm sure you're out to dinner. Go you. You and having a social life and everything. I hope you have a great time. I hope the food's marvellous. And if you get a haircut too, go. Good for you. I haven't done that for years. But then I grow my hair. I trim mine myself. So technically I have had haircuts. I just don't go for a haircut. So it's not quite the same. I just kind of look one day and go, geez, that looks a bit awful. Chack, hack, 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 hack. Yeah, that looks a bit better. That'll do. I'm probably due for one of those, actually. Yeah, whatever. I can put mine in a plait and leave it, so no one will ever know. But I hope you have a nice time. Thanks for coming. Ooh, la-di-da, prosh one. no offence to hairdressers, the biggest problem I've always had with hairdressers, and I know the same is not true for men, is that as a woman, you go to the hairdresser and you have a very fixed thing. I want this haircut. And they never do. They always do what they want. It's kind of in the direction of what you want. But if they're up for like 80s big hair, you're coming out with 80s big hair. If they like, you know, if they have really short kind of, let's call it modern hair, yours will be more short and modern than maybe you asked for. They just seem to do what they want, and it actually drives me nuts because, you know, I've never gone to a hairdresser, and when I say I want like an inch off the bottom, it's not what they do. Never. I went to one hairdresser, and the girl who did my hair, I don't know what the hell was wrong with her, but the girl who did my hair, there must have been something wrong with her, because she said, do you want layers in it? And I'm kind of like, no, not really. Okay. And she literally gave me a step. It looked like, you know, if you've seen people like trying on crappy wigs and they just slap it on their head, they don't put their hair up or anything, they just slap it on. It looked like I had long hair with a wig on top, but for short hair. So there was like this long hair down the back and then a bit that came about halfway down and that was about an inch sticking out because I have quite thick hair. And it was like, what the fuck is that? And she thought she'd done a good job. It was the last time I went to a hairdresser. But, because it was kind of like, I'm sorry, but what is this? Well, I put a layer in. You may put a layer in, but you didn't put a layer in, you put a frigging shelf. It's, you know, if I did a handstand, people could put books on it. And she goes, well, that's what you asked for. I said, no, it's not. I just said I wanted an inch off the bottom. Oh, I didn't understand that. Well, it's not very difficult, you know. I just want, you know, the crap taken off the bottom so it looks a little tidier. That's all I asked for. You made the rest up in your head. And of course, like everything, once it's gone, you know. So then, of course, they had to cut it short to make up for the fact that she'd put this shelf in. And then it did look bloody awful. Looked even more awful, to be honest. So, plus, of course, women's haircuts start at £40 for doing nothing. For literally £40, getting a pair of scissors and going chop, chop, chop in a straight line across the bottom. That'll be £40, madam. No. I'm not paying you 40 quid for that. You're not even washing and drying it for that. That's extra, you know. Let's not. I don't disagree. They've been to training school. It costs money, and don't disagree with all of that. But you're fleecing the wrong people. Fleece the people who come in every 2 weeks to have it coloured and primped and fluffed. Don't fleece the people who come in like once every 6 months and go, can you chop an inch off the bottom of a really straight haircut that even a 4-year-old could probably manage. My ex-husband used to get me to do his. But of course his opening words were, don't make me look like a hand grenade. Cheers for that. It makes me feel so much more confident in getting it right. Yeah. It's a lot easier, to be honest. Not that I have pet clip hair. I have the opposite of pet clippers. I have long hair. Hence, you can see my hair and not me. So I have long brown hair, like my picture. It just tends to be mostly in a plait, because that way it's out the way. The plait's a recent thing as well, which is kind of weird. I hated plats, and suddenly I've got into having it in a plat, so that's where it's at. Can't help but think this is going a bit slower today. What's up, Mr. Paws? Oh, hello, my man. Hello. What's the matter? You came up the big side of the couch. You alright? Hmm? You good boy. You nearly swallowed the microphone and you yawned so big. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Hello. Hello, little man. you scared yourself quite a bit this morning by finding yourself lost out the front. You knew which was home, but you didn't know how to get in, and because you're not used to barking, because your sister makes all the noise, you didn't know how to get attention. No, it's okay. It is okay. He's occasionally come over today and kind of, I don't know whether he's doing the I'm sorry, but he's certainly not being quite himself today. Have you? No. And the little bounds and happiness that was all over you when I called you to come back home and you saw me, you went from, is that you? And it was like, yes, that's me. And you went, yay! And you literally bounced like a little spring lamb all the way home, didn't you? Yes, you did. Let me get that piece of fur out your eye. There you go. It's one of your sister's bit of fur too, because it was a brown one. I thought you had a swollen eye for a minute. I don't want to be licked, little man. I'm being, I won't say attacked by the dog. I am being, needed by the dog. Yes, you're a very good boy. It's all right. It is. Yes, it is. Why are you licking your nose like you're bleeding? Nobody's chomped you. Stop licking your face. Make it sore. You will. You will make it sore. Right. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, don't lick my hands while I'm trying to do this. That does not help. No. No. Stop trying to lick my hand. Bobbins do not need encouragement as to being alive and doing stupid things. Look, already, because they're short, they're trying to leap out. You're not helping, my man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You really aren't. No, you aren't. I love you dearly, my man, but you aren't helping. No. No, you are not. So, next, what time is it? 8 o'clock. Next we need we need not to be a doof, and we need to move these around here first. Did you just try and knock my pillow over then? I saw it lift. You know that, right? I did see it. Little man, if I am not stupid, I did see. Yes, I did. You can come out of there and go back in that hole there. Right. Now we need to move the book and try not to wake the sleeping little one. Of course, she may make one that smells. Yes, I know you're there, Rory. I do. And I have fed you today. I know I have. Don't be pretending I haven't. For I know that I did. I remember distinctly. I did do these things. Humph. What's the matter? I don't know whether you can hear him or not. You've had hugs. You've had food. You've got water. There's couch for you to sleep on. There's chair for you to sleep on. There's dog bed A, B, C, D and E for you to be on. You are not needing, my friend. I promise you, you are not. You're not hard done by. Can you see that? It's just undoing. This is why bobbins drive me nuts. Because they do dumb stuff like that. Where they undo for no apparent reason other than they do. Despite having the same knots as everybody else. Right, you're done with. You can come out of there. Don't need you for the moment. One, two, three, four. That's good. That all works out. We like that. So good boy. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Oh, you want to come up through the short hole? Well, your sister's in the way. See? Little one's in the way. You're going to stand on her head now. See, if anyone has the right to growl and bite the head off the other one, I would say it's her. Because you come up and stand on her head. Whereas what actually happens is you wake up night and you bite her and no one has the faintest clue what was the matter. Because we were all asleep. And you just had a moody. Yes. Poor Amy. Arseholes! I have not been twisting them. I have not been twisting them, Rory. I am an idiot. Water is not cherry dog. Stop pretending that it is. Don't know. The answer is yes to find out then. Irritations. But never mind. Let's undo you and we can I saw you slip then. See, I did 2 wraps with these knots as well. These should really not move. Now I've got an itch. The answer, of course, is the bobbins do not slip, but only while they've got tension on them. The moment they lose tension, they are free to mingle and assassinate that which you do. So, take the pin out. Did I twist it? Well, I don't know yet. I did think I did, actually. Yes, that's got a twist on it. So that's an okay thing then. Hang on. That's not right. Goes in there like that. Stabby pin. You are straight out. I'm going to get rid of you. Yep. To be shorter and less annoying. twist it, twat. Got an itchy nose today. Had an itchy nose Sunday as well, which didn't help my mood for Sunday. When you're making mistakes, and then when I get stressy, I start itching, as I'm starting itching now. I do get itchy. And the more I stress, the more I itch, the more I itch, the more I stress, because itching is an irritant and it doesn't help calm me down. And I've got this beautiful back scratcher, which is violent as blazes because it's metal and it's got great scratchability. Because, well, I can't reach my back properly to give it a good enough rake, or, well, I can, but not to give it a really good scratch, whereas that thing just reaches, you know. And sometimes it's amazing how scratching your back can stop your nose itching quite so much. It's because it's not actually itchy, it's because my brain's itching almost because it doesn't know what else to say is wrong with me. It's funny, the other day, I'm sure we only did a 2.5 hour stream and we got from top to bottom, and yet here we are, we've done 2 hours 12 minutes and we've done it's this little chunk in the middle. As I say, I was clearly on fire that day. Surprised myself. Especially as, you know, realistically, it's not like I did anything different, because, well, you can't really, otherwise it comes out different, so. Why you suddenly so long? Still long. Right, so that's that section done. So let's make you a bit longer. Put you in the thing. Make you a bit longer, gets you shorter. You can go in the thing. Because I don't need none of you for the next bit. And you can go for that. 15 more pairs of bobbins to add. That's where we're at. 8:20. Now, at this point, there is no benefit in rushing to the mill to add all the bobbins, other than I can get them off the torture contraption. Because while they're not on the pillow, they're not in the way. So I think I'm actually going to even you out a bit. Like that. Strap you onto there. And flip. Pin you round there. So everyone in our office seems to be working on their car. So I know Naughty Celt's working on his car, van, car, whatever. Clearly my car goes in tomorrow. My co-worker's car was in today. It's clearly the time of the year for it. We all get our cars worked on at the beginning of February. It's just one of those things. The only good thing I know that the guy who does my car, or who's done my car for the last few years, when I phoned him up today and kind of went, hi, I know I normally do this in December and I didn't bother and my car's dead and, you know, oops. And he kind of went, and he went, well, you know, I know this guy, he does a rescue service, he can come and tow it for us, you know, we'll add that to the joys of the mix. And, okay, says me. I said, so when can you do it? Oh, anytime, I'm fine. And I'm like, okay, so you're bored, okay. At least it wasn't, oh, well, I can't fit it in for another month. So, you know, small mercies and all that. These bobbins being a bit annoying this time round. working so close to the work. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's just easier when you're a bit further away. Get a long pokey stick and hold you back there. Well, I'm only counting 4 because we're changing directions. Because it will boil down to 3 in a second. Like now. Now we put you back because we don't need you. And you just come undone. I felt you. Which one are you listening to? Hang on. I don't actually listen to it myself. Hang on. Yeah, some of the tracks are more intense than others. There are a couple that are real friggin' like, almost like hardcore, you know. Mind you, you say that. My next door neighbour had an Amazon delivery today. I thought the mobile rave unit had turned up. Literally, my house was shaking. It was kind of like, who's that? Looks out the window. Oh, it's an Amazon man. Oh, he's going to next door. Yeah, it was so loud in his van that my house was shaking. Which is, you know, slightly unnecessary. So Zukan, just for you, this is right. I'm allowed to use this music. They openly encourage you to do so. But this is a music from a game called Heartbound, and they welcome you to use the OST for streaming and videos. So I do, because it'd be free. As you say, a few of the tracks are a little bit. Some of them I'm just not overly keen on. But it's music. It's something in the background. I don't tend to have it on particularly loud, so it's not. Hopefully, it's not too drowny outy. But like a lot of music, some of it's louder than others. You know. But yeah, it's calmed down a bit now. She says turning it off because, to be honest, if I listened to it all the time I was streaming, I'd go insane. There are about 100 files. Yeah, I mean, there's quite a bit of battle-ish type music in it. There's one with a phone in it that's actually really quite irritating. And to be honest, I watched the guy who writes the actual piece of software that this is from. He's not the guy who did the music for it. He paid someone else the music for it, but you know, it is royalty free. You're allowed to use it. He has specifically stated this literally everywhere. But he uses it for his stream too. So quite often I'll have, you know, depending on what he's doing during the day, I'll have his stream on. So I've listened to it all day. There is no way I need to listen to it for like another 3 or 4 hours in the evening. So I do know, I mean, I don't know the names of the tracks, but I do recognise the tracks. But it mainly because I tend to have him on a bit like the radio. He'll be in the background and I'll be working. But there are some tracks that are proper kind of like hard, you know. And then there's like joyful, bouncy kind of bouncing bunnies in a field of daisies music. And then there's kind of like almost like the Tron, you know, or a supercar race kind of music. There are no car races in his game. But it's that kind of intense, you know, kind of energetic, kind of edge of seat sounding kind of music. And it has quite a lot in it. And what I should really do is go through and pick out the ones that I don't overly like so much. Or that are a bit overly keen and that don't really fit with lace making. I mean, there's lots of things that don't overly fit with lace making, to be fair, but you know, there are still, you know, there's fitting and then there's not fitting, you know. But one thing I do have to be careful of is not pressing refresh on OBS because it crashes. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I found this the other day. I noticed that the stream wasn't starting with the same piece of music as it always had done. And I know it's a new version of OBS that I have from, well, obviously I hadn't updated for ages and it didn't mention it to me, so I didn't notice. But I noticed there was a new version of OBS, and I don't know whether that did it or something else did it, but it was no longer starting at the piece of music number 1. So I've made something, so I changed it so that it would always start at number 1, which is great. But I think I'd gone through the playlist to remove some of the, because there are like duplicates. They're not duplicates, but one's kind of like an enhanced version, and it's like you don't really need them back to back. You at least need them in different points, but of course they're next to each other in numbers because it's kind of like, you know, normal and, you know, slight, you know, like it's almost like the single and the long play version, you know, the 12-inch version of it all, and so I kind of lost that. But when I was doing it, I thought I'd refresh it, and every time I hit refresh, it crashed OBS. So I'm not going to press a refresh to see which one it is. So because that's not going to be a good plan. Don't really need to crash my stream. Be right back. Just realised my mic's been on mute. I apologise for that. You could have said, of course. Shows how much attention you lot paid either. I must have put it on mute when I went for the loo, and you didn't notice. I haven't said a lot. You haven't really missed anything. It's the advantage of having some music, of course. It means that it's not exactly silent. And, of course, if you don't notice that and, of course, with it on mute, I'm pretty sure, hang on. And, of course, because my lips don't move, it's not like you think she's talking and I can't hear her. You have no idea that I'm not saying a word. Oh, well, you haven't really missed anything. Seriously. But I kicked on some background music type stuff for me, and it's a guy who streams, and I enjoy watching his streams. He's kind of down to earth a bit, although slightly losing touch a little more recently, because he is clearly earning more than enough now. But he was just looking at some houses, and because he is thinking of moving at some point, and the house he pulled up was 15 million. He goes, I can't afford it, but it was beautiful. It was kind of like almost like a hotel. It had waterfalls, plural. It had this like open house thing. It was kind of had walls but no roof, but it was kind of weird. Anyway, and it was like, what is this? And it's like, well, it's for counting you're rich, isn't it? But seriously, the garden had like this balcony over a cliff thing, overlooking the sea or something. And although I could have sworn he said it was in Texas, so I'm not quite sure where the water came from. But maybe that one wasn't in Texas. But it was 15 million, and it was kind of like, to me, it looks like one of those places where people who rent out hotels and places for weddings, so you have your wedding in the garden and, you know, do all of that. It would have been perfect for renting out. You could make a mint out of it, but yeah, he was kind of like, it came with a wine cellar and all sorts of things. And he's like, I bet that wine cellar costs more than, you know, the house I'll end up buying. And it's kind of like, it is how the other people live. I know that when I was looking for this house, as you do, you poke around, you see what's out there. And I was really, really surprised because this house was expensive enough, but lots of things around this price were similar, but for me in slightly nice situations, because I've had enough of being next to a big road. I wanted quiet, and so I'm in a cul-de-sac. The speed limit off the road that we're off is 20 mile an hour, and behind me is a field. So other than Farmer Giles and his farming equipment, it's pretty quiet here, and I love it. Whereas quite a few of them look great houses, but they were on, like, I won't say major roads, but kind of like big housing roads. So not little cul-de-sacs of quietness. They were bigger roads that lead to like 60 other little housing roads. So obviously all those people are going to be driving past your house. And there was one that looked really, really nice. I mean, on all the pictures, it would have been perfect. It was a joy to behold until I worked out where it was. And basically, it was a kind of a major kind of road, housing estate road that forks, and it was between the forks. So you got the worst of both worlds, and it's like, no. Absolutely, it was on kind of like a major through road. It wasn't just housing roads. It was on a major through road, and it's like, the house on paper looked great, but for me, no. And I looked at all sorts of things, and my friends thought I was a little bit mad when I bought this house, because I'd done a lot of mooching online, because obviously these days nearly every estate agent has got the houses online and loads of pictures. And so I'd had a look at the pictures, and I'd dismissed a load of houses, and realistically this was the first house we saw. Well, I saw, because it's my house. And I took a friend with me, and having been in it, I was absolutely confident that I wanted to live here. It was quiet. It was everything I wanted. And I kind of went, yeah, I really like this one. I think I'm going to give you an offer on it. And my mate was like, you can't buy the first house you look at. Well, you can if you like it. This is everything you wanted. Why do you go and look at 40 more houses and potentially miss out? I then brought a second friend round to have a second look round, and they agreed with me. This house is perfect. Do it. And I was like, I already have, mate. I'm just come back because I want to see it again, because I like it. And so, yes, it was kind of one of those moments. It was that there were other houses I was potentially interested in looking at, but I saw this one. It was everything I wanted to be. And here I am. It is 6 years later, apparently. And I can't believe I've been here 6 years. And you know what? I still love it as much. I really could do with a bit of intervention to help me clean up a bit. Because I'm a messy cow. And things have gotten away from me a little. But the actual house, absolutely love it. It's everything my old house was not. My old house was dark. It was right next to an A road. For Zuken, we have motorways, A roads. So A roads are really high traffic at roads. We then have B roads, which can be nearly as busy as A roads, but they're more windy and technically are supposed to be used less, but you know, it's just the way of the world. So I lived off an A road, and my garden was like 3 meters long, and then there was the A road. So inside, all you could hear was traffic all day, all night. The inside of the house was as dark as a badger's butthole. The sun rises at the front of the house. Oh wait, except there's a house in front of you because you're wedged in a corner, and if the house in front, the fountain in front of you is there, you're here, and the sun rises here. So you don't get any sun until it comes out there, and then you get about an hour of it coming through like the upstairs windows, not really the downstairs windows, and then it goes behind the house next to you, because there's a house to the right of you, and then it comes out from behind that house after a bit, okay, almost straight behind the 80-foot trees at the end of the garden, trying to, quote, subdue the noise from the A road. So literally you had lights on all the time. You couldn't, you know, the hallway had no natural light source unless you opened the front door and it was morning at the right time. You had to have lights on all the time, and it was just so annoying. So what with the noise from the traffic, the fact that you had the lights on all the time, the only thing that was good there was the internet was faster. But for the same price, I'm paying for the same speed line, so I've got an 80/20 line, but I actually got 80/20 there, and I think I can now have 240 there or something. I can't hear. I get I pay for an 80/40 and I get guaranteed 35/6. It can be faster if it's in the mood, but generally not. And so, you know, that's the only downside of being here, is the internet's a bit shitter, which, given what I do, is a bit annoying. But other than that, I really do love it here. And so this house is bright. If the sun rises kind of top left-hand corner in the morning, it sets bottom right-hand corner, and next door with the lake have got a monster frigging tree. So I don't get much sun in my back garden, but I do get light, because, well, there's lots of light around, and you can hear all the tweety birds and the animals, and so I can kind of live with the tree, although I would love to dearly chop it in half just to get a bit of sunshine, because if I chopped it in half, it would still be 40-something feet. We're not talking, you know, it would be a 3-foot tree then. It would still be looming, but it would at least mean the far side of my garden would get some sunshine. But yeah, I absolutely love it here, and I don't regret buying it 1 inch. It's a bit further from society, only a bit. It's about a stone's... It's, as the crow flies, it's about a mile from my old house. In terms of driving it or walking it, it's longer than that. But, you know, joining two dots on a map, it is... It's 9 o'clock. Do I really want to start this bit? Yeah, might as well. You know, it's only a mile away. So many other ways, you know, not a lot's changed. Other than my bin day. I suck at remembering the bin day. My old bin day was Friday, which made lots of sense to me because my Fridays were different at work. So it made sense that the night before I had to, you know, get up early. I put my bin out. The bin men would come in the morning and I'd be home by lunchtime. Everything would be sorted for the weekend and off I go. Whereas here, bin day's Thursday, which means I've got to put the bins out on Wednesday. And I never remember to put the bins out on Wednesday because, well, it's Wednesday and that's a stupid day of the week to be putting bins out. I mean, I know someone's got to do it, but I didn't want it to be me, you know. My brain doesn't want to accept Wednesday as putting bins out day. Yeah, as I say, sometimes it's kind of got there are repeats, and some of them are just not good, if you know what I mean. They're not bad, but they're not. It is. Hello, Silver Dragon. We are on New Triangle, indeed. Yeah, it doesn't tell me which file I'm playing, and I daren't hit refresh because. How's your shawl going, my friend? Wow. It's going fast then. Compared to this, it's going very fast. That sounds pretty. I have been very tempted. I have... Where's my book? It's easier to see it in the book. Hang on. Because the pricking's just... Well, it's not even a full pricking yet, so... hang on. I'll find the page it's on. There it is. I am thinking of making this green well, I can see it better on this page, this green square. This is the more real size of square in Flanders, just because I can, realistically. But the bit that's kind of putting me off leaping in and doing it, well, I've got 15 more pairs of bobbins to add to this pattern before I can get to the middle, right? That tiny little square, which is basically a quarter of the size of this, so 4 of them would make up one this big, uses the same number of bobbins. And for me, that feels a little excessive. It just kind of, really? Do you really need that many? The problem is the Flanders ground stitch uses 4 pairs of bobbins, not 2. And so, of course, everything's doubled up. Now, it does mean that when it comes to do the cloth stitch sections, there's far more bobbins around to make it look a little bit more full. And, you know, you actually space out the ground stitch a lot more than you would for normal stuff. But at the same time, when you need 30 something pairs of bobbins to make a tiny little square, there is a bit of me that's kind of going, do I really want to be doing that? Do I really? So I've traced out the pattern, and I'm in the thinking about it stage. Now, I did get some new bobbins. I am a bit of a kleptomaniac for bobbins. I haven't decided on my ideal bobbin, but I got these, which are a lot like Midlands bobbins, but these are bigger. So if I grab a Midlands bobbin, that's a Midlands bobbin. This is the new one. So it's kind of a beefy bobbin. And it doesn't have spangles on the bottom because I don't like spangles. I hate spangles. So I am tempted to fire them up and give them a bit of a go. Just because, well, I've got new bobbins to play with. But I am a little bit kind of reserved considering how many pairs of bobbins it is. They are little mushroom bobbins, yeah. I've got quite a few of these. I quite like these because they fit quite nicely in the sticks because they've got a bit of shape, so they tend to stay still, whereas those wooden ones are a bit slippy. But the nice person who sold me the wooden ones sent me 2 extra bobbins for free, and they are these. Now, it doesn't show up very well on camera, so this is a plain red plastic bobbin, resin stroke plastic. This is a red sparkly one. Now, obviously, again, these are much bigger than the Midland bobbins. They're roughly the same size as the new wooden ones. And I was quite curious because, obviously, it has been a big temptation, and I'm sure you felt this call a little bit too, to get a 3D printer and print some of your own. I'm sure it'd be more cost effective to, you know, get a printer and make your own stuff to an extent. So I have been quite tempted with that. And so those are interesting to see because obviously that's exactly what someone's done. They're either resin or they're 3D printed. I can't decide. I think they're resin, to be honest. But there's also like a halfway join line, so maybe not. But it would make sense there'd be a halfway line for Yeah, I love these bobbins. I have got quite a few of them. I mean, I've got a couple hundred something of these bobbins, if not more. And I found a place that sells them pretty damn cheap, to be honest, which is why I've got these pale ones. These darker ones were ones I bought second hand. The pale ones are new ones. And I only needed 4 of the new ones to make up the numbers for this, so I used them for the cloth stitch workers to make them easier to find, to tell when I screwed up. But I'm kind of on this quest to find the perfect bobbin. Really? I haven't quite seen them that cheap, but they were. I think the ones I got were 30p or something. So they were pretty freaking cheap. And to be honest, I don't know about you, but it is too easy to kind of throw a lot of money at making lace, of getting the right gadget, of getting the right thing. It is quite a danger to sink a lot of money into it and not really benefit from it. So I've got, I think it's 5 or 6 types of bobbins now. Now, to be honest, these are my second favourite bobbins. My actual favourite bobbins, I don't have one to hand, but basically are very much like this, but have a much more bulbous bottom. But it's the same kind of shape, so they go, these are taller, so they have a bit much bigger kind of wing to them. And then from here it goes in and much out to a kind of a knobbly kind of chunk at the bottom. But they truly, really are much more for bolster pillows. These work for frigging everything, but they're quite light in my opinion. Whereas the bobbins I bought today, or I got today, I bought them last year. They've taken a frigging age to get here. One of the things I did quite like about the description of them is they are. You're thinking of Midlands, which are these, I think. These ones. And my new ones are much bigger and slightly beefier. I mean, it's a similar kind of deal, but you don't have to put a spangle on it. But one of the reasons I did like these is part of the description of these, it says heavy. Now, yeah, these are Midlands bobbins and I hate them with a passion. There are these bobbins, which are also a British bobbin. These are Honiton bobbins, or toothpicks, as I call them, because, well, frankly, they're tiny and they look like toothpicks. And they weigh nothing. I made my first square with those things, and it was a nightmare because they just, if you sneeze, these things have kind of tied themselves in knots and gone on holiday, and they're just insane. I mean, I get why they did them. Like all of these things, it's not that I don't agree that for their original dog sneeze, a dog tail, a gust of wind, it's all a jumble, and I just don't need that in my life. I really don't. And because they're so tiny, they don't really sit in sticks either. So what I ended up doing is, she says, looking for it, I've got a bucket load of these little, you get like these elastic bands designed for making bracelets with. So they're little mini elastic bands. I've got a shed load of those. And what I did was I found that if you use Honiton bobbins and you put one of those mini elastic bands around both pairs of bobbins, it makes a flat kind of thing, so they then don't move because obviously they're held together. So you end up with these little flats of bobbins, and then you can make piles of them, and that's not so bad. So I did that, but that then of course means taking on and off 1,000 billion elastic bands for the duration of your project, which gets a little tedious. So I I have kind of in my mind what I want from a bobbin, but at the same time, I also appreciate that not everybody else would want the same. And so one of the things that, part of the reason I quite like the idea of 3D printing some of my own is, imagine something like the new bobbins I've bought, but inside the handle portion, so much like these, inside the handle portion is a small metal bar giving it some weight, so that but if you offset it, they don't tend to roll because they will center on the bar at the bottom. That was kind of my idea, or even make them slightly square. I've got some square bobbins. So I've got these. I've got, they're called Mallorcan bobbins, but they're basically kind of slightly triangular bobbins. They're not fully triangular, but they are, you know, bigger, smaller at the top and bigger at the bottom, with a slightly rounded bottom on the end. I've got my favourite chunky bobbins. I've got plenty of Midlands bobbinsters, fire starters, and I've got quite a few Honiton bobbins. And now, of course, I've got 150 of my new kind of bobbins, and I quite like them. I just need to make something with them to decide, because I think, like a lot of things, some bobbins feel better. Yeah, I don't think... It's funny how you can have this picture in your mind of something you want to achieve, but somehow you never quite actually get on with it, but at the same time you still keep thinking about it and waste an awful lot of your life thinking about it. I kind of would like to do more than I am, but at the same time, I struggle a little with feeling, because I do a full-time job on top of this, that sometimes, like yesterday, I was just in a bad mood and it just would never have worked. But that there are times when streaming like this can feel like a second job, because, well, not only do I have to do the stream, which the stream itself is not arduous or anything, and it's not that I hate doing it at all, but then I've got to upload it, and depending on how that goes, that can take a really long time. So the other day, OBS decided to Well, one of the things that, as you say, one of the biggest problems is that lace is more about consistency than what you actually do. So, you know, any given spider can be made like 20 different ways. And there is no book that actually sits there and goes, here is how you can do a 4-pin spider. Here are the 16 different ways you could achieve that, and what they look like. And what they look like in really skinny thread, and kind of normal thread, and fat thread. Because, well, that really does make a difference. And then obviously work up from there, and you have a whole ton of different spiders, and you go through the 8 billion different ways you can do a spider, and the combinations, and the fancy bits, and the extra bits, and the twiddly bits, and the fun bits. And then, well, you can do rose ground in about 20 different ways too. So then you start on the rose ground section, and no one actually... There is a book for Tunisian crochet called, I think it's 101 Tunisian crochet stitches, where they show you, here is a swatch done in this particular stitch, and here is how you do it. And, you know, if you look at Flanders and how it compares, so for example, I've been watching videos, because I've got videos on how to do bunch and how to do Flanders. Now, bunch is Buck's Point, but done backwards. So in Buck's Points, you do cross, twist, twist, twist. In bunch, you do twist, 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 cross. You can do it the Buck's Point way, they call it closed stitches, but it is literally the same shit. It is absolutely the same, down to the picots, it is exactly the same shit, except they do their twists before the crosses and not the crosses before the twists. it's almost like two people went on the same course and one forgot which order it was, so made it up, and one did it one way and one did it the other. But the end result is basically it looks the same. Because, well, fundamentally, to a large extent, it is the same. Because if you take a pair of bobbins and you crisp them and you twist them, you join them with some others, they cross at this point, and then you twist them, well, it's going to look the same whatever your order you kind of did it in. And so I, like a lot of these things, is that I find myself, so I'm fascinated with how the different things look, because I will always migrate to making my own version of things. So, not that I'm, the idea of this square was not mine, but the squares that I found were not what I wanted. So I sat down and worked out what I wanted from a square. But I started with somebody else's idea and then changed it. Now, so I don't pretend that this is, a unique I have invented it pattern, because realistically I didn't. I took their ideas and changed them and made, to stitches that I wanted in the proportions that I wanted, kind of thing. But not much more than that. It's almost like I saw your jumper. The pattern for your jumper I used, but I added a motif on the breast pocket area. That does not mean I invented the whole thing. I used yours as a basis, added my own bit to it. And so I don't view this as my pattern. I view it as a variant of theirs, even though they have not sold this variant. It is my variant, but I still view it as their concept. But I am really tempted to try and do this in Bucks Point. So use the Bucks Point ground, use GIMP threads to influence the edges of the different stitches. And instead of using rose ground, we'd do the honeycomb stitch, which is pretty much the same kind of idea, but done over slightly different things. Because, of course, one of the other things is that Bucks Point can be done on the 90-degree grid like torsion. So, like a lot of things, there's lots of crossover, and, yes, it affects how it looks, obviously, of course it will, but at the same time, it means that as a designer, if you want something, you need to be aware of all the choices to get the look that you want. Now, having kind of boiled down to the fact that Branch is basic, or Binch as I keep calling it, because I'm not French, but as Branch is basically Bucks Point, well, I'm good and cool with that. Okay, right, I can work that out. Flanders is more complicated because obviously instead of 2 pairs of bobbins meeting at a pin, you've got 4, and that kind of makes it, it makes it stronger, so depending on what you're doing. So for a shawl, for example, it would be great because obviously it would give it a bit more strength. It's, if you try to do it in Bucks Point out of the, almost human hair thread level stuff, as they inevitably do, it would be a really delicate thing. Whereas, because Flanders is 4 pairs of bobbins at all times kind of thing, it naturally is a lot stronger. So you can do, but it's also not as airy and as light and as... Now, before I started this square, I had hoped that I would play around with some beads and some bobbins, because that was something I was going to say to you. When I first watched you doing your shawl the other day, I didn't realise, I thought they were beads, but I didn't realise you had these kind of pins with the little knobbles on, and I thought they were beads. And you know what, that shawl would look really, really cool if you had beads in the middle of those stars, because when you've got these, where you've got each of these in the middle of your little stars, I thought they were beads, and it looked fantastic. And it was only when I realised they were pins, not beads. Well, and this is the thing. When I made my first square, I'm not, well, I say I'm not a spider fan. That's not true. I don't hate spiders, but I didn't want spiders in my net curtain, I think is the short answer. So I changed the spiders to be half-stitch spiders. But if you have in here, as they did, some kind of like 3-pin spiders, and you've got 3 of them making like a little V shape, well, if you do them as half-stitch spiders, it just looks like you fucked up your ground. I'd go and get it, but it really just does look like you screwed up your ground, right? It is not a thing of beauty, which is really quite depressing because, you know, there you are, and through all the pins, I'm sure you found this sometimes, through all the pins, you can't see the detail until you've removed the pins. And by the time you've removed the pins, you don't really want to go back and fix anything. And so, like I was here, I didn't realise that the 3 spiders I'd done here basically just looked like mistakes, because they did. Let me see if I can find you the picture, because I know I've got it here somewhere, because it was on the front of my stream for ages until I'd finished my first thing. So hang on. Where's the... downloads. Okay. Apparently, I have it in here. So... let me see if I can find it in here. Hang on. Hang on, let me go through my pictures. I'll find if I can find it. Sleeping dog. That's not the first one. There's the first one. Hang on. Let me open that in program and share it with you. Hang on. With paint. So this is the first one that I did. And as you can see, if you look in the kind of pyramids at the bottom underneath the cloth stitch, you can make out that there are spiders, but because they're half-stitch spiders in the ground, it just looks like I fucked up my ground. And I was really disappointed because, well, the middle ones didn't look so bad. Don't actually like them like that, but the middle ones weren't so bad, but the ones in the ground stitch just disappear and look like mistakes. And I was really disappointed by that because it just looks pants. But I think that's part of the problem, is that it's what looks all right maybe on its own as a single and as a, you know, single stitch in a book kind of thing, and you go, hey, that looks great, I'll do that. But it doesn't look right with all the other ones. You need to see these things in Stitch View, and which is how I did. I made a triangle. I designed this particular square, and I set about making it, but I got, well, not even as far. I think I'd only done this bit, and I already knew I couldn't keep going with the spangles. The spangles would drive me nuts. So I used it as an experiment triangle. Yeah, I think they needed to be proper spiders in the ground stitch. Or do something completely different. But not what I did. You know, it's almost whatever I did, that was not it. That was not the, you know, that was like the worst choice. Bad decision there. And I don't hate the little square. I'm not overly keen on how the honeycomb stitch kind of came out in the squares, which is why they're now as rose ground. Because to me, because they put an extra layer between each of the honeycombs, you had like the little roundy bits between. Well, exactly, and this is what I mean by I took someone's idea and I went, well, I like that bit, don't like that bit. I think I would like this bit more, so I wanted rose ground in here because I really like. Originally, I wanted rose ground around the outside because, well, little squares are helpful, right? But then it dawned on me that you can't do rose ground up to the edge, and then when you try and join it together, it will probably look really mangled. So I decided to stick with ground stitch on the outside because that's easier to join together and not show up quite so much. But I really like how. I mean, in some ways, I'm not sure. Part of me says I should have done rose ground in the middle here and done something different. I don't know, spiders or something in here. And of course, the advantage is that until I'm down to the last 4 squares, I can keep doing these. So these now have to be the outside because, well, I'm on the 5th one, right? But the 4 centre squares I can do differently. So I have quite a while now to make that decision because, well, it's got quite a few weeks and months to go. And so, but I can change the middle of my thing, but I've also got to bear in mind that it will look different being in the middle. And so, yeah, to be honest, I expect to do this for all 18 squares. But I am tempted to try, as I said, to try and do one in a Bucks Point style to see how it turns out, just for the sheer fun of it all. And I think that's true with a lot of things. You've got to try them. You've got to try them, and of course now it's ad time, so I'll wait for that. I did, but Silver of Dragon doesn't have one. So I'm being polite and waiting for Silver of Dragon. Actually, Silver of Dragon's got a... I thought Silver and Dragon had a prime. So Silver and Dragon probably doesn't have ads, actually. Ads. Adverts. So yes, I think the problem with lace is you do have to try it. The problem is trying things is not a quick experiment. You know, I thought you did. It just doesn't. Yeah, for some reason my brain didn't kick in. Anyway, So yes, I think the biggest problem with lace making is that you want to try things, but nothing is... it's not like knitting a swatch where, you know, 20 minutes later you've knitted your swatch and gone, yeah, I like that stitch. It fits in with the scale of what I'm doing. We'll do a bit of that. That'll be cool. I like this yarn, whatever, right? With lace making, if you've got 30-something pairs of bobbins to prep and lots of holes to make, and you've wasted more than a day setting that up, you then, even if you only do one triangle of it, it's still a few days of making that triangle. And if you hate it at the end of it, you feel quite bad because it was a lot of effort and you don't even like it. Now, I think that's one of the things that can help, that can put off a lot of newer people, is that it is not a fast hobby. Now, That's a good thing and a bad thing, right? It is a good thing that it's not a fast hobby. We need slower things in life. And, Zukin makes models and they don't happen in 10 minutes, so he understands these things, right? But it can be very frustrating when you've got an idea and you want to try it, but it's going to take you 7-8 hours of effort before you can even start making that to see if you like it. Then you're going to spend, 2-3 hours, maybe even longer, making it your little tiny chunk. You then finish making your tiny chunk, you look at it and go, yeah, I don't like that. Well, you've just wasted probably 2 days worth of effort, and not everyone feels in the mood to have 2 days worth of effort thrown away. So with that in mind, I do struggle a little bit with deciding, which is why I've been watching videos of things, and I don't feel compelled to try Branch because, well, it's Bucks Point. I've tried Bucks Point. I like Bucks Point. It's not that I don't like it, but I want to try and see what the other things are to see whether I, want to be using them for something or not. Because if you've only ever done torsion, then you're stuck with torsion, right? So hence I quite like playing with other things to have those ideas. And it's not what I want to be doing. That's right, I'm going downwards now. And I know it sounds stupid, I forgot I was going downwards. So yeah, I think because, unlike knitting and crochet, where you can't just kind of pick up some sticks and start bashing it out, and then if you hate it, well, you can just rip it out and pretend that you hadn't. I mean, technically, you can undo your lace and start again, but I honestly don't know anyone who actually would. If you've got as far as making this triangle and you hate it, it's taking you 2 days. You are not going to spend another 2 days undoing it. It just doesn't happen that way. And so I'd love to be able to do this quicker. And the other day, when I started a triangle and I got all the way down to the bottom on the first day, and I'm sure it was only a couple and 2.5 hours or so, I was definitely on fire. Now, I'm not quite sure why. Well, part of the reason this is slower is because it is the actual beginning rather than a continuation triangle. So all the bobbins, when I start here, are not held firm. I've got to add them. I've got to add support pins and take the support pins out again. Whereas, obviously, once I've done a triangle, the bobbins are all held in all the right places. I've just got to pick them up and use them. So from that point of view, it is a lot faster. There's a lot less, poking about. And, having now got my pins on Hedgie here, I am finding the pin process quicker. Now, sometimes it's quicker, sometimes it's not. It depends if I manage to pick up 2 at the same time, which I am incredibly good at doing. But it is there is, room. But even, we've all seen the really quick people on like TikTok and all the rest of it. But most of them actually aren't that fast. Most of it is slightly sped up. But some of them are genuinely lightningly fast. But what you see them doing usually doesn't involve a lot of pinning. Well, if I was doing large cloth stitch areas, so if all of these squares were cloth stitch, for example, I could stonk through that. Because crossy, 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 pin, twist, twist, crossy, 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 pin, twist, twist, crossy, 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 crossy. Yeah, I can stonk through that. Because I'm not having to stop every 3 seconds to stick a pin in it and then cover me pins. And so with that in mind, obviously the right bit of the right stuff, you can make people look faster or slower by depending on which bit of the lace you catch them doing at the time. And a lot of the ones that you see them doing fast on, they're doing a cloth stitch bit. Now, admittedly, they are still motoring through it, and I'm not going to deny that they're not fast. But because they're not stopping for pins, like, you know, for example, I am here, if they were doing this, they would be also considerably slower, because they are still slower at doing the pins. And quite often, they are just as slow at doing pins as I am. So if they have to do, you know, cross twist, next, cross twist, pin, repeat, well, then theirs is going to, they're almost not going to be that much faster, because they've still got to stop, grab the pin, and do 2 stitches, grab the next pin, and it's, you know, I'm not saying that they're not going to be a level faster, but they're not going to be as fast as doing the stuff they're doing in the videos, which doesn't need pinning. And so, you know, it's almost like the modelling where you get Skinny Cow, who's amazingly good looking and like 19, made up to and primped within an inch of her life, and then they Photoshop it on top, and everyone wonders why they don't look like that. Well, that's because it's not what she looks like either. And I think some of those videos set false hopes in you that, you know, you are that fast. Now, it's not that we're necessarily slow. I mean, I know I'm slowed down sometimes, because it's not that I can't talk and work, because obviously... Wait, what? Sadly not, my dear friend. It is all a lie. It is indeed a big fat honker. I mean, some of them look closer to their pictures than others, but they don't look like that. Their skin is not that good, their body is not that skinny, and... Sorry, mate. Anyway, real women have eaten food in the last week, you know. They don't do that either, so, you know. One thing I do struggle with, actually, and I've been trying to think of a more methodical way of sorting it, is it takes me a long time to put all my pins in Hedgie here. So the time I save in actually using him, I probably spend more time actually poking the pins in him in the first place. Now, obviously, I can poke pins in him while I'm in a meeting. If as long as I'm not presenting, obviously. But it takes me ages to fill him up with pins. And he does hold quite a few pins. But you look, he is now nearly half empty from the bits that I've done today. Now, admittedly, I've just realised that these pins should have been coming from here and I've been stupid. But hey, that's not a first. But and it is faster when you pick them up from there and poke them down there. So, you know, that's a thing. She says, you know, if I grab a pin, I don't really want to just grab a random pin, but if I grab a pin from near the top that I know is safe, you know, that is technically a lot quicker because it's a pin that's already in use. And I can just come along and go, right, I'll need the next pin. So I grab the next pin and I pin it in. And it is quicker. It really is. Plus, of course, then I don't have to stop and unpin them because, well, I've already stolen the pins out of them. So I am actually kind of using the right pins. I just need to push the edge pins down so I don't accidentally grab one. See, that doesn't look right. Where's my... Ooh. Ah. Let me move those and dig out my pin pusher. But as I was saying, before starting this, I had hoped to use some beads, because I have some beads and I have some sequins, and I kind of wanted to play around with that a little bit, because I kind of like, much as I am not a frills and fanciful person, I do think that the right situation, all things have a purpose. You might be wondering why I'm pushing down some extra pins. This is because I have kept the support pins for the rose ground to improve my life at the end of it. You're hooked around something you shouldn't. So, you know, I can now steal these pins a bit more easy, because all the ones that I can't use are all pushed down. So, but yeah, I do struggle with the pin section of this, and I would love to be a lot faster, but I find that it's the pin bits that hold me back. So I was trying to work out how I could take a pile of pins and sort them into the right way up better. And there is quite a simple answer. But I don't have the bits to make the tool to do it. So, for example, let me get to the end of this section and I'll show you what I mean. Hang on. Right, so if I demonstrate with my pot pins, right, here is my pot of fat pins. My pins are all higgledy-piggledy. If I take a small pinch of pins out of here and put them down and grab a few more, because that was only 4, but if I grab a few... What did you do to it? My friend, what did you do to it? By the way, I got really narky with... don't get me wrong. Sounds about right. I was doing something in Pro Builder, and every time I went to do something, it crashed. So I logged a bug. And I uploaded my project, did all the right things. I said, you know, go here, do this. This is what I did. So these were all the steps that I took. I made some rooms. I did this. It was me making the little thing at the beginning of making the thing for my animation. And I was trying to cut doorways, right? And it crashed. Every time I deleted the face where the door would be, crashed, right? And it did it like 8 times in a row. So I bug reported it. It's taken them 2.5 weeks. They've come back. Oh, I can't make it do it. Well, it's funny how Unity do this, is that 9 times out of 10, you give them instructions and it will be load this scene and walk your character into the next room, turn right and open the door and you will see the problem. So they load the scene, they change it all and then go, well, I don't see the problem. No, love, because you changed it. They did it to me. I had problems where skeletons were disappearing and I couldn't work out why. And they were literally going invisible. You'd see them coming and they'd literally turn a corner or something and turn invisible. And I looked at it as a bug because I really couldn't work out what the hell was going wrong. Well, first of all, they added more lights than, you know, like a football stadium, right? And then did this and then did that and then did this and... oh, it doesn't happen for me. And they showed me a video of it not happening. And I went, well, you didn't start at the start. You've added loads of light. You've changed this. You've added that. You've removed the other. Try doing it the way I said. Oh, yeah, we see what you mean now. Well, why didn't you do that in the first place? What is the point of submitting absolute instructions if you're not going to do them? It's a bit like... Doctor, if I move my arm like this, it really, really hurts. Or when I move my arm, it doesn't hurt. Yes, because it's not my arm, is it? It's not the same thing. But anyway, back to my pins. Like this, they're fairly united. But if you group them like this, you can make them into a line. You can then tap them so that they're all straight up. And then you need to do... this, and it will extract all the ones that have got bubbles on the end that need turning over. But I don't know quite how to make a tool that does that, because that's what I need. I need to be able to pile in bits of pins at a time and have it straighten them all out, because chaos is not an answer. And moreover, let me grab my favourite tool in the world. Hang on. Magnets that make it move around. Look, you probably can't tell too well, but you know, magnets pull up a great wad of pins, right? Don't encourage them to be straight for some reason. You would think that the end of the fat end of the pin would be the bit with the most magnetic pull because it's got the most metal in it. The answer is not. And even if you run this round the edge, so you would think that it would help organise the pins. You know, if you got the lid on it, obviously, you would think that it would sort the pins out. No, it doesn't. It doesn't do shit for the pins, to be honest. You know, if I put it in the middle and twist it, it's not twisting the pins. I mean, a few of them are moving, but it's not doing anything. It's not sorting anything. So while a magnet is helpful to stop them pinging all over the floor, that's about all it is good for. Hedgy is better, but I've then got to grab a pin full load of these and then try and straighten them all, and then try and poke them in hedgy, and then I get the next lot and straighten them all, put them in hedgy, and it takes a freaking lifetime. So I really want to find a way of straightening pins, and I cannot be the only person who wants a method of straightening pins, because I have seen, I think it was matches, but I have seen people doing that in a factory. So I know it's possible, I just don't have the machinery to do it. So yeah, I really would like a method of making it so that the pins could all be straight and the right way up. Because even when you know, I'm pulling them out in tufts and I put them in here, they don't seem to stay in tufts. So yeah, don't get me wrong, I am feeling really pleased myself. I do like how my squares are turning out, but again, you know, if I had a 3D printer, I could do something that would be, you know, that would funnel pins to encourage them in the right direction, to, you know, do things, to, you know, join it with other things, to make other things. And because I've got a fairly intuitive and ingenious mind to sit there and make things. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a programmer now, would I? But, you know, I've got a thing that downloads all the stuff that's free off Unity, or it adds all the freebies onto my account. So I've got like 19,000 assets on my account, because over the last few years, I've been adding every single thing that has shown up as free. Now, there are ones that are free that I don't have, which is they advertise to say $30, but when I would click on them, they would be marked as free because I own something else, or it's an upgrade to something else. But because it doesn't show up on the store initially as free, it doesn't add those. But all the free stuff I've got, now some of it's bollocks, of course it is, but it's really great because, well, occasionally there are some really good little gems in it. And if nothing else, it's a starting point for this. It's something you can use for that. And you know, you might look at it and go, Jesus, that's crap. But you've given me an idea, and now you go off and make a better one. It also means when you're looking for something, you can't see it for freaking looking. But I remember complaining when I had 1,000 assets and the asset manager was shit. So I dread to think what would happen now if we still only had the old asset manager. So I'm kind of grateful for that. But I have lots of plans. I mean, I intend to write a program that will work out how long each of these bits of string needs to be. Because it's pissing me off that I have no clue. I literally have zero idea. And I should have an idea, but at the same time, it's not like knitting, where you can knit 10 stitches, undo 10 stitches and go, right, I've used so much of it, therefore over 100 stitches I use this, over 100, you know, because you've got the different stitches, because you've got, it depends on the path it ends up taking through the work, you can't just go, I mean, they always go, well, the rule of thumb is 4 times. Well, I can tell you now, that's not enough. Because that's roughly what I did for the first one. And I ran out loads of them. And I was really upset because I didn't want to have joins in my work. Now I've kind of gone, yeah, whatever. But, and I think that's something else that they don't say to you as a beginner, is you will make mistakes. And you will not see them until you publish that picture on the internet. Now, the last square I made, she says, where did my tin go? Here it is. I didn't realise until I posted it on the internet in true format. Let me take my pins out of the way. And it upset me greatly. Because, as we know, I do try to fix all major mistakes as I go. Now, this square has a big flaw in it. But it's not just a big flaw. I can tell you that because you make them in triangles, I know that when I made it, at the time of each section, the section in question, I will point out in a minute, was not as bad as it looks here. So let me zoom in for you, because, well, not that you really need zooming in on it, it kind of stands out from space. So, okay, something funky happened here. Distressing, obviously, basically a bit of string got caught around a pin, bit upsetting, but to be honest, I can live with that. What I live less well with is this row of rose ground here. If you look at all of these are all beautifully squared with their tiny little circles. If I move it to another corner, for example this one, these are also a little bit strangled. The one that you expect to be strangled, where you start and finish, fine. So I know it can work, right? The other corner, the final corner, this corner, fucking perfect. But this corner, no, not that corner, this corner. This corner, you've got the botched ground bit there, and then immediately this very squashed line of rose ground. And, you know, I'm going to be the only one who sees this net curtain. So, to an extent, yeah, whatever. But I look at these rose ground and I can't even, like, stretch them back into a sense of normality. She says getting a pin to see if that will help me use this one. If I put a thing in the middle and give it a wiggle, does it help? Kind of even it out a little bit. It does help a little, but not a lot. It still looks pretty squished. And so I was really upset by that because, you know, there was me. I was looking. I thought, well, you know, I made a couple of mistakes, but it, you know, I really stonked through the last two bits, which is this one and that one. And then I look back here and I go, well, what the fuck happened here? And it stood out to me so badly. Now, obviously, as the maker, we all know that as the maker, you will see every last little bit, and lots of other people go, I can't see it, and you're almost going, you're a liar. Don't tell me you cannot see that, because, you know, I mean, I've showed weaving patterns where it was supposed to make little diamonds, right? And I screwed up and it made a zigzag in between the diamonds. And loads of people are going, oh, I can't see anything wrong with it. There's a fucking zigzag. I've told you it's supposed to be diamonds and said to you, this line here is a zigzag. It's not supposed to be like that. And you're going, I can't see it. You have to be lying, especially when it's black with neon colours on it. It's not even subtle. Now, obviously, sometimes people are trying to be nice to help your feelings, but sometimes there are times not to be helping your feelings. If you've stuffed it up and you're saying, I'm disappointed with myself, I did this, you know, this is a mistake. Now, normally, you know what you did wrong, right? And when there are times when you don't really know what you did wrong, so you can't look to not do it next time, that's when you've got the hard point is, you know it's wrong, great, but you don't know how you got it like that. Because much like doing this, you know, I do cross, twist, whatever. Well, unless I don't do that, it shouldn't come out that wrong. But it can. And so with that in mind, it is quite frustrating to be in a position where you're trying really hard to do all the right things and it's still not working. And like those rose ground, I do know that because of the way rose ground works, it does not offer a lot of resistance in terms of the tensioning of other threads. So if you've boiled it down to 2 or 3 pins here and you're now working this side, there is a chance well, it's going to be down here, but if you've done these and you're now working on these and you've boiled it down to like just the pins on this last rose crown, there is a chance that when you pull that to tension it, you will pull that, and because I cover it up, you don't see it. But if you don't cover it up, the pins catch on threads, get in your way, potentially, you know, are getting dirty or whatever. I mean, not that you tend to set about it with cold hands, but, you know, that is part of the reason you cover it up, to keep it clean, and to protect it. But then if you're missing that you're making mistakes because you can't see it anymore, well, what do you do now? It's... You don't really want to leave all the pins in for the entire project and then only take the pins out right at the very, 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 very end when you're finished. Because, well, A, that's a shit ton of pins. I mean, I could. I don't think I've got enough pins, but I could buy some more pins. I mean, you know. But it is a lot of pins. And I don't really want to do that, because taking the pins out at the end is a long, boring job. Enough as it is. Let alone if I had the 1,000 and something pins it is, I think, per triangle. I don't think it's quite that many, actually. Hang on, calculation in progress. It's going to be... Yeah, it's about 1,000 and something pins per square, right? That's a lot to be picking out at the end of your work. And they can be quite stubborn, because you'll have pushed them down. When they're sticking up, you can grab them by a chunk and pull. But when they're pushed down, you've got to pick them out of their holes. And so, I don't know. There is a part of me that says, leave all the pins in. Just to try it. There really is, she says, thinking, fuck it, actually, let's do that. Let's get hedgy and put back the pins that I took out, because I can do that at this point. Because I haven't taken out many. They are still over their holes, so all I really have to do is put pins back in. Order me some more pins. Because you can never have too many pins. Not at this rate. So there you go, put all the pins back that I took out a minute ago. So we can try that, we can try, but you see, you know, if you look, poor old Henji here was jam-packed with pins when I started, but he's 3/4 empty, and all I really did today was this section, the 2 cloth stitch sections, and that bit. Now, as we're going to leave them in, I can poke down more pins. So I push these down, which helps us see what's going on a bit. There's a couple of pins I pulled out there that obviously were further down. So we shall put you back in. Because we are going to do that. But you see, even just pushing these down takes a while because I can't really see them. But it does help see what's going on, for sure. The problem is, as I say, I really struggle to see the pins because, well, there's just a big sea of silver, really. And so, because even with the pins pushed down, even you can see the pattern a bit better that way. So it still works. I shall order more pins. But, you know, it was very disappointing to see those mistakes come out when you've tried so hard for them to be right. There. Shit. Just had a horrible thought. Shittity shit. That's alright. Just had a horrible thought, but it's alright. I've changed how I do my thumbnails. So instead of showing where we ended up as the thumbnail, I show where we started. Because, well, kind of gives the game away, doesn't it? If I showed you how far we got, it's hardly then, you know, watch and see, because you know we've already shown you the answer. So I decided I'd do it the other way around, and it just dawned on me, did I even have a picture before I started? And the answer is yes, so that's alright. I do have a picture of where I started, and I've just taken the one for tomorrow, because I still think that that's the right thing to do, is take a picture of it as I finish, before I forget, more accurately. I just don't put it on the picture of the video today. I put it on the video tomorrow. Or whenever's next. Tomorrow should be tomorrow. But, you know what I mean. But now, of course, I've got to spend hours filling up poor old Hedgie with pins. So, yeah. So that's probably what I'll do while this uploads for the next hour and a half, 2 hours. Because that's the other problem I had was over the weekend, because OBS upgraded, my 4-hour stream or whatever suddenly turned out to be a 30 gig file, and it took it like 7 hours to upload, and it was like, Jesus Christ, what are you doing? So we shall see. We shall do our best. But we will be back hopefully tomorrow. It's Wednesday tomorrow, so there's always hope. Someone will remind me it's bin day tomorrow. But only tell me tomorrow. Because, of course, that's the other problem. If I'm doing this, I'm then... You know, if I'm doing this, by the time I've done this, it's a bit late for doing bins, because, well, it's 10:30 now, so yeah, I'm then not in the mood for doing bins, and I know I've got even more cloths now. Bite me. Yeah. And yes, there is a slight mark on this one. It's part of the reason we have cloths, is to protect the underneath, after all. Anyway, thank you for joining me today. I love you all dearly, and I shall hopefully see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.